test. Ruda, don't worry, get it together. I know CGN might be out, but Musashi is still in the game. He's German too. He needs your support. Really, man. Come on. Come on.
What is going on? All right.
Help?
Get up, bro. Get it together. We got a show to run, all right?
You don't even... I am crying for my region, yeah?
All right.
You don't even have one.
Non, t'es sérieux?
Why do you speak the language of defeat?
Il a dit quoi, là?
This is all made up.
C'est vraiment incroyable.
That does not even exist.
Mais bon.
Was soll das bedeuten?
No,
Cut it out. Cut it out. We're here together for EMEA, okay, at the end of the day.
Rise to the challenge, ascending to claim their place amongst the elite. The journey to VCT EMEA has begun.
The final day of the group stage is here and is approaching the end for the stories of most of these teams. The pressure is high and the stakes are even higher. Welcome to the last day of group stage for VCT Ascension EMEA. I'm Ginny, your host, joined by Zesh and Nero, or Zero and Nero.
Thank you.
Nero, Zero, Nero. Yeah.
Want to
Finally,
adapt.
I'm not the zero.
Ah, great. Awesome joke to start off. Man, I'm feeling so enjoyed and happy,
fun.
really.
It's okay. Do you need like a tissue?
You
for your
cried out
eyes?
a little
Like-
bit of your frustration.
Oh, yeah, thank you for your help on
You
that.
let out a little bit of your frustrations. On
Yeah. You're gonna feel that later.
Oof, okay, well, a lot of promises coming through already, but before we get into today, let's have a look at some of the watch parties that you guys have been holding, and we're gonna rate them because we think they're absolutely great. We're gonna be starting off with Compa's watch party from Portugal.
Toda a fazer o Batman.
Vamos lá!
Banger.
I love his delivery of the line.
Yeah,
Puzzle Batman.
I just don't know why Batman is even there, but Portugal got it all seemingly.
Yeah, I mean, they do, and Dak, however, might not have got it
Come
in
on.
terms of CGN qualifying, but Kuba FPS does also hold a watch party, so let's see what he has been cooking.
Will he pre-fire the right spot? Looks for his man, finds one!
Ah!
Last! Yugi is cracked out of his mind, will not get away.
Yeah.
We would say Kuba is a macher. Kuba is a macher, guys.
He didn't really look interested, and then Yugi got the kills, and he went, wow. I give it like a 2 out of 10.
Why are you
Gotta
so
get that in there. I'm
disrespectful?
just
What
saying,
is your
bro.
problem?
Anyways, so
Oh, yeah.
Mena is also, of course, holding watch parties, and we have Faroon's clip, so let's have a look at that one. We're gonna rate it, and we're gonna be less harsh.
I didn't want that! He sat close on the side, though. It isn't properly checked as he runs through, and he's managed to find himself the reposition, just about gets around the corner. Killer's
Khalud,
tag low and the
Khalud,
time is going.
I'm gonna Khalud.
He's gonna
I'm gonna
make
Khalud.
this in the last second. Eva wins the fight as well. What a round from Falcons.
What is that
Okay,
dance?
I don't know. Why are you asking? Yo, why are you asking me?
Do you have a region?
Shut up. Anyways.
Is the
The last
Falcons
clip.
doing well in group?
Yeah,
I
that's fair enough. I'll claim Falcons. If not, Gentlemates.
Where's Tux?
Tux is not here, unfortunately. But last but not least, we have a clip from the meme lord of Tier 2 Valorant. It's Haza from Polaris.
Rushes to get
Mystics behind them!
Mystics won. Mystics won in
We've
the lap.
conquered all of Europe! We're never gonna stop! From London to Berlin, Polaris is on top! And so with the Odin, I keep going attack! We're better than the rest! We're winners back to back! Ole, ole, ole!
All right, I'm enjoying that one. Listen, he's going to be live at the Coliseum, and we're actually going to see Apex playing. If this does not get chanted, I am forever disappointed. That was a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, the full lyrics blew me away.
He prepped it. There's no way.
I just hope Hazard never makes it to tier 1 so he keeps on doing watch parties, because they're great.
I don't know how I feel about that. That's like a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. Come on, man. Anyway, a little bit of a recap here from yesterday on the stream. By the way, I'm going to say Hazard was the best before we even go into the recap.
Kuba, Bruder. Mein Bruder.
Do you have a favorite?
I loved the one from Portugal. I'm sorry.
Fair point.
Can't agree. Let us guys know what you think is the best. But yesterday on the A stream, we started off with Desire up against CGN. And that was a pretty good one.
A good one. It was a banger for more than certain. It started beautifully with, let's say, a Portuguese slaughterhouse. They did not offer anything to the Italian side. They were playing their unique composition, their unique style, and this really saw them thrive.
And it was mostly about the duelists doing great. Tomasz and Davi, insane for sure. But I love the support from Addicted. Also, he was holding their hands throughout the entirety of this match, and they were never alone.
It felt like this thing is already over at that point in time, really. That 13-4 was impressive. It was better than anything else. And we started in a very similar fashion on this beautiful map called Split. Desire didn't find anything until there were some heroics shown, some insane performances. Guys like Tag really showing up.
They were completely frozen on the defense, and even when they tried, they were still shut down. But coming into the second half, this is the moment when the star of the show showed up. It was Tag.
He did God's work, really. I mean, he really pulled the strings and saw the puppet of Saw dance. But the thing of this map was a bit more concerning, because there was a change coming on the Desire side, changing compositions up, but unfortunately it didn't leave them any success, didn't leave them any victory here, because at the end of the day, Saw's just dead.
Going into this map, both of the teams had a 100% win rate, but the change of the composition did not work out for Desire, and that makes you ask the question, why?
That's a good question. Why though?
Aware.
You haven't really made.
Well, the second game of yesterday was CGN up against Digital Athletics, and this one, I mean, it made Vincent very happy watching it from, the control room, being able to see every move.
Yeah, couldn't have been.
Switching up the Harbor and Sage to a double duelist comp, that's interesting, and CGN go for it. They did manage to win this map at the end of the day, but it seemed a little bit dangerous by the end.
I mean, I tell you this, they played over 40 comps this entire year.
Wow,
right?
Weird flex, but okay.
It's a weird flex. I agree with it. I mean, it started decently. It started okay. I mean, they won Haven at the end of the day, and so that success was granted. But once when we swap over to Lotus over this year, it was not a great map. It was not a particularly successful map. And once more, they showed that this is not a comfortable space for CGN.
And this is where some other players on DA got activated too. Chachan started shining. Skylin also came up right here. So that's what we love to see. If they can continue that, yeah, it's definitely looking a little bit better now.
Yeah, who does not love entry freaking Killjoy? That is a very rare instance most of the time. But absolutely, those two have been really carrying it. Then we went over to this beautiful map named Sin. We have this conversation of like, this is not a good map for the guys of Digital Athletics. They don't really know how to play it. They have a negative win rate on it this year so far. And it looked like that assumption would be absolutely true. Until CGN lost 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, 7 rounds in a row. That was crazy. In the second half, it seemed like everything was over. And you're talking about Chachan doing the entries. There's Russage doing the entries as the controller of the team too. So who can't entry on that team?
Yeah.
We also had Mitch doing something yesterday during this matchup, and that was specifically because the Odin was picked. So this is my pitch to Rito Games to change the sound of the Odin to Mitch imitating the Odin. Can you imagine playing that with the Phoenix from Dez?
I would love it.
Put them together, and I will just throw my headset out the window.
I'm so happy I was here to witness it yesterday. I just want to say.
I don't know how I feel about witnessing it, but if you were tuned into the A stream and not the B stream, that means you didn't witness a couple of the games, which is completely fine. It happens. So we have a lovely recap because we saw Falcons up against Focus, and then the most exciting and looked forward to game of yesterday was Apex up against Gentlemates. If you missed it, you will have a couple of highlights with Munchables and Lyric.
Cheers, Ginster. Yeah, we're here and we're ready to give you guys a recap. It's Munch and Lyric. As Lyric, once again, I feel like I said this yesterday, but we had bangers. I feel like every single time on the B stream we've ended up with bangers. Falcons, though, really coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah, I mean, right, this first one being a little bit weird. At the time, a lot of stakes in this matchup. Falcons going up against Focus. And I think a lot of people still favored Focus, despite coming into this matchup 0-2. But Falcons really stepping up. Mo, especially, was just insane. And we didn't really see Focus able to answer back on this first map. People like Mo, people like Outlaw as well, really just having their time on this B site.
Yeah, I mean, Mo, I remember having like back-to-back insane rounds. Then we got to Pearl, and I remember there being some pretty big win streaks, but overall the map being much closer than the first one that we got to see. Focus, it felt like the longer this series went on, the more they woke up, the more they started working together better. And then when we got to Lotus, it felt like, okay, this team is firing again.
Yeah, and that was when Yugi really stepped up. We got to see that star-level duelist performance. And it was close. It was down to the wire, right? 13-10 was how Focus ended up taking it. We had a lot of clutches going back and forth. But at the end of the day, it's good that Focus were able to step up and find a group stage win. And then we got to the two top dogs of the group, right? Apex taking on Gentlemates. I think, you know, before we saw the 3-0 from Gentlemates, a lot of people would have had Apex as the clear favorites. Sadly, though, for Gentlemates Munch, it actually did end up looking like that. Kiko really stepping up, Magnum having a great performance on Haven once again.
Yeah, and I feel like for Apex, honestly, they're lucky that this was so late in the group, because earlier on in the group, I feel like Apex left a lot to be desired when it came to playing on Haven, but then yesterday, they really showed up. And to be fair, the first half was very Apex favored, and the Gentlemates brought it real close towards the end of Haven. But ultimately, Apex looking really clean on the executes, and I feel like the clutch factor really stepping up, especially from Kiko.
Yeah, I mean, Kiko had a great day yesterday, top fragging in both of their games. For the side of Gentlemates, I really feel like it was Whalers who was trying to keep them in it, had some great, honestly, like cheeky plays on the Omen. But at the end of the day, Apex came out on top, and it really did just solidify where Group E stands.
Yeah, I mean, Apex winning that one removed all stakes from the first series of the day and has secured now that it will be Apex and Gentlemates making it out of Group B. But we've still got games coming your way, and these ones are going to be pure vibes. So make sure you check it out the stream later.
Thanks, Munchables and Lyrics. Pure vibes indeed. And that's right. With Apex winning, they are now the top of their group. They're undefeated. But Saw winning on the A stream also means that they're undefeated and they're also at the top of their group, which makes this a little bit more complicated. We're going to ignore that one, okay? Look, green blends in perfectly. Desire, Digital Athletics, as well as Ascent. It's really down to who is Ascent going to go 3-1? Is everybody gonna go 2-2? Like, what's going on? You know, the meme, the guy explaining everything, that's...
What's the vibe? Okay, well, the point is, right, most importantly about this table right here, the Digital Athletics conversation is off the table. That thing is off. But for the other three, or more likely for Desire and Ascent, there's a lot of high stakes right here, right now, just on this particular match day.
The vibe for me personally, as a representative of East, is danger.
That guy.
Ascent can actually drop out of the group. I would never imagine that before.
It's not the vibe for you, huh?
Oh my goodness, guys. All right,
you're not that chill. Why are you not chilling?
Relax.
What's the vibe?
Okay.
Just vibing.
Group B, Apex topping their group, Gentlemates 3-1. I mean, that's pretty much locked in.
It is.
So
I mean,
we already know our two contenders from Group B, but it's down to this one specifically, which means we might have to revive you later today on the desk if anything goes wrong.
No, I'm not taking it.
he's chill.
Ascent is just winning. Yeah, the vibe is chill after the match. Before the match, a little bit of danger.
I mean, we're all vibing
after the match,
here, right?
chill.
It's just a big vibe.
Dies of cringe. Today's schedule, however, we're going to be split again across the A and the B stream. On the A stream, we're going to be starting off with Digital Athletics up against Desire, followed by Saw against Ascent. Both of these teams equally important to determine who is going to be heading into playoffs. And it's pretty funny, like the final day, and we still don't know. Whereas on the B stream, it's going to be, as you guys would say, the vibe. We have Apex against Team Falcons and Focus against Kase Esports. Do you guys have a favorite one of today?
When is CGN playing?
I mean,
it felt like they never played.
Falcons obviously have to win against Apex, right?
All right, we're going to be heading into the first few matches of today. So if you're joining us from the B stream, make sure that you stick around. Apex versus Falcons is coming up next. If you're here for the A stream, we're going to be covering Digital Athletics against Desire. And we'll be back after a short little break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to VCT Ascension EMEA. My name is Much Balls. I'm joined by Lyric, and you're tuned in to the B stream. Well, we all know the B stands for best. And today, we're going into Team Falcons versus Apex. But I will say, Lyric, straight off of the bat, Falcons are the apex of their food chain. The Apex Predator, that is. So, I mean, who's the real Apex today?
Yeah, you know, me and you were talking about this beforehand. And, you know, Falcons are still hunted by humans. And, you know, the Apex players very clearly are human. So, yeah, we're going to see how that one pans out. You're still right, though. Factually, they are the Apex Predator. This is the roster. I feel like, you know, people have been tuning in every day, and this has been the roster to look at, right? Yeah. Kind of, you know, the mini Fnatic, as they've been coined, wanting to break that moniker, show that they can show up here.
Break their monitors?
I don't know.
I hope they don't break their monitors.
I don't think they want to do that, but right, break that moniker, show that they can show up here in Ascension, make their way over to Tier 1, and really just put a stamp on the league.
They don't want to be mini Fnatic, they want to be the Venti Apex, as it were. 3-0 so far in the group. They are looking like the Apex Predators, very literally. Up against the Falcons today, though, and this is a team that we were just discussing before we went live here. A lot of their rounds down to hero plays. We have seen some insane moments from every single player on this roster over the last couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, Mo, Khaled, Alvar, so many people have stepped up. Sadly, only able to find one win. They did take down Kase, but maybe, even if there's no real stakes for them here today, even just the confidence, even just the momentum of being able to take down a team like Apex would do a lot for this squad.
Yeah, I mean, they were so close to beating Focus yesterday. Yeah. Had they been able to finish that one off, they would be in the running to make it to top 2 today. They were so very close. A bit of a heartbreak, honestly, for them, I think, after how good that series was. If you missed it, by the way, and you're looking for more VODs to watch after the show today, check out Falcons versus Focus. That series was absolutely fantastic. But we'll see how this one's going to go today, Lyric. I mean, I feel like Apex are pretty clearly a favorite coming in. I don't think there's really much of an argument to be made about that, especially after they beat Gentlemates. Now it's like, okay, this is the team that they're looking for the victory lap. They're looking for the clean group.
Exactly. And, right, I feel like you'd expect to come out. It's been talked a lot about how deep their map pool is. They've really been able to show up on pretty much anything that they pulled out. Hell, even the first day when me and you were casting Apex, pulling out Fracture, which is not a map that you were seeing them play a lot domestically. So I think you have a lot of faith in them. And the question is, how many of those hero plays, those outplays you can have coming from people on Falcons, right? We'll talk a bit more about them later, but people like Mo, who've really been stepping up, having a great performance. If, you know, you come out, you find those clutches, you find those like 3K, 4Ks, that can be the difference maker. So, yeah, I don't know. A bit of a weird one. You also got to question like the looseness coming into a group that is already cemented. Like maybe if Apex dial a bit back on the gas, that kind of also opens up some opportunities for Falcons to be able to take it.
Yeah. That's one of the things that I think Falcons have done extremely well is some of their rounds, they just go super fast, explode onto a site, but it's after a few rounds of probing, right? They'll spend a lot of time doing defaulting and like figuring out where the opponents are. Then they're like, okay, we reckon there's a weakness here, and they just charge in. Those rounds have looked really convincing. A lot of the time down to using like, you know, Harbor's Reckoning, this kind of thing to break their way in. But here we go with the veto. It's going to be Bind. Take it off the board to start us off.
Yeah, quite interesting. I mean, Falcons keeping that one going forward, even if it isn't a map you really know Apex to like to play. Apex, despite the fact that we have seen them play Fracture here, still not going to want to elect into that one. Falcons, of course, do love Fracture. Now we're going to get to see where Falcons go. Lotus, I mean, they've played this map so much. We saw them lose out against Focus yesterday on this map. Still incredibly close, 10-13. Did beat Kase on it, but it's also a map that Apex don't mind. I mean, hell, they beat Focus on it. They've played it a few times back in their domestic split, and they're 4-0 on it throughout the year.
Yeah, Ascent going to come on through as well, which we were just talking about this earlier on. Magnum on Ascent, like, he just seems to level up on that map. That seems to be the map there. He really is an absolute powerhouse. Split going to be taken off of the board as well. And we'll see what the final map is going to be. It wouldn't surprise me to see Haven make it through, to be honest. And yeah, there we go. Pearl going to be banned out. Haven is actually the map. I realized I've mixed it up. This is the map that Magnum is an absolute monster on. He's good on Ascent, don't get me wrong. But Haven, I feel like Magnum has been absolutely insane.
And that really is where it's going to come down to the battle of those Sentinels to see what they're able to do. But I think we got some fun ones, right? Lotus, always brings a bit of mystery, despite the fact that we said Apex have been just undefeated on this map so far. I still think Lotus presents a lot of opportunity for shenanigans to happen, Munch. And I know you're a person who absolutely loves shenaniganry.
I feel like Lotus, often you do see quite formal Valorant, as it were, with like executes and retakes and things. But then every so often, there's like a sprinkling of chaos in Lotus, where a team will just run at B, or they'll execute on a site that's stacked, and you just see all utility blasted out of the site. Like, nobody can see anything, and it's just absolute carnage. I feel like the size of the sites are very small on Lotus, and it really does open up for those just absolute best rounds, which I feel like have actually been rounds that Falcons do very well in, because mechanically, individually, these players are insane. So many of the rounds that we see Falcons win are hero rounds, and I feel like that essence of chaos definitely can help them. One of the players that has been doing that so often is Mo as well. Mo, absolutely a player to watch coming into this one, up against Magnum, our two Killjoy aficionados. I feel like this, it really could go either way. Both of them have had insane series across the tournament.
Yeah, I think Mo quickly cementing himself in the eyes of fans as a player who belongs in Tier 1, who at some point in the near future, you're going to see him up there, kind of regardless of Falcons' performance here. Magnum, though, I mean, he's a player who has been at Tier 1, who has competed at the highest levels of competition in Valorant. So I think this one's going to be an incredibly fun one, especially if we go the distance. Like you said, Magnum on Haven really is just a different beast. And kind of bringing this 1v1 holistically into the matchup, you were just talking about the chaos that you can kind of see Falcons opt into sometimes. Apex are very different. I feel like Magnum being one of the staples of that, very controlled, very coordinated, like to play a bit more defaulty, slower setups when they're on defense, like very retake heavy. And I feel like that can be one of the ways that they do just end up winning out as favorites, right? And they do just make it a convincing 2-0, is not really giving an opportunity or any leg room for anyone on Falcons to step up.
Yeah, I think it's interesting looking at some of the stats that were just on the screen as well, where you've got, on the one hand, Mo, slightly higher damage, slightly higher kills per round, slightly higher ACS, but also slightly higher deaths. Whereas Magnum, you know, a little bit lower on the damage in that, but also lower on the deaths, a bit more of a safer player all around. Whereas Mo, very willing to go in for the big 1v3 play, for the big massive moment, and we've seen so many incredible moments from him over the course of the tournament. So I really hope today as well that we do get Falcons bringing their absolute best, because they are out of the running at this point. This is very much a victory lap for Apex. Apex have got first seed in the group no matter what now. They've got the head-to-head against Gentlemates, so even if they lose today, they'll still be the first seed in the group. So while there are no actual stakes in terms of the tournament, again, this is still a platform for players to show up, to show what they're made of, and potentially book themselves some trials for VCT teams going into next year. Like, this is a great opportunity for all of the players on the server to show up today. So I'm really hoping we still get high-quality Falcons game.
Yeah, I mean, especially, right? I mean, LCQ is right around the corner. Champions isn't too far away. So this is definitely your time to kind of make your name known. And other players, you know, people like Kiko, I feel like had a great performance yesterday against Gentlemates. Alvar being one of the people who in their domestic split for Falcons showed up, but it's kind of slowed down in their playoff run. And even here at Ascension, that's another one that can potentially be incredibly fun if Alvar can step up to the challenge and really challenge Kiko in a lot of those first kills. So it's going to be fun. I expect as we get closer to Agent Select coming through that neither of these teams really going to throw a curveball. I mean, they could, considering that, right, no stakes in the match, but you'd assume, especially for the side of Apex, you want to keep just getting as many good reps in as you can on the comps you know, and make sure that you're prepared as we head towards playoffs.
But then the other argument, I suppose, especially for Apex, is you're going into playoffs for this tournament. Maybe just reducing the amount of footage available of you playing, like, correctly on the maps could be the argument. Like, maybe we get the 5 duelists coming out from Apex just to obscure any research that potential future opponents could bring for them.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess that's what's the fun thing, right? Is that we don't exactly know what to expect just with how this group has ended up panning out, right? So it's really going to be in Apex's court with how they want to approach this last one. And even looking further ahead, right? I'm really excited getting closer to playoffs and seeing how Apex stacks up to a lot of the teams in Group A, where there's been much more chaos in terms of the results over there. And you never know if that's really like a good signal that there have been upsets and there have been people challenging favorites in other groups or not, because it also might mean that there's just, you know, bigger competition in Ascension overall.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, across the whole tournament, there has been an incredible level of competition, and especially from teams that I think a lot of people weren't expecting a big showing from. Like, Falcons have absolutely shown up and given us some incredible games. You've got Saw on the other side of the bracket as well. I mean, Desire managing to make upsets happen. So many teams.
Gentlemate's a great example in our own group.
I mean, yeah, Gentlemate's having an absolute fantastic run. Like, so many teams that people didn't necessarily know what to expect coming into the tournament have shown up, and it's shown that actually the level of competition across Europe is phenomenally high.
Yeah, and it was one of those things that I think was a big question mark with, again, just how separated a lot of these regions are. So, yeah, it's just going to be up to see if we get to see that same, like, high level of, we'll say, threat coming on in, if Falcons can put that one up. Apex have only dropped one map so far, right? They 2-0 Gentlemates, they 2-0 Kase. They only lost that one map in their matchup against Focus, which I feel like is a little bit different. Two teams who clearly know each other very well, with being both coming from that Polaris region. So that one might even be a little bit of an outlier. So like you're saying, if the threat can come in, if the challenge can come through, even taking a map would be a bit impressive.
Yeah, certainly would, especially since, like you say, Focus, they only want to take a map off of Apex, and they have played each other so many times across the course of the year that you expect Focus to at least know some of the weaknesses of Apex. But then Focus yesterday managed to be out against the Falcons. You anticipate Falcons being a big underdog coming in today. So like you say, if they can find a map, that will be a real showing of confidence. And especially looking towards Lotus to start us off. Like we mentioned before, I feel like that potential element of chaos in there, an element of being able to change around how you play. One of the big things we've complimented for Apex across the tournament is their discipline, right? Yeah. Not over-rotating, like being willing to wait until they've got full information before they commit to the play. Yeah, exactly. Whereas Falcons, a lot of the time, they are very willing to kind of, sometimes they'll play the default, sometimes they'll prod for information, sometimes they will just go fast. And against a team that's often kind of slow to rotate because they're waiting for full confirmation, you can get onto a lot of sites very quickly.
The thing I'm scared about heading into this first map is I feel like one thing we saw yesterday from Falcons on Lotus was that they weren't really exploring the map as much as we want to see, right? Like going and breaking the Killjoy util, maybe like prodding towards C and B. A lot of times it's like full stacks over towards one site, but we are getting into Agent Select. It is time to find out if any curveballs are going to come through, and it doesn't look like it. We're still going to get Falcons running the Viper Harbor, the double controller setup coming through. Turf for Apex, they like running the double initiator setup. And when you have Enzo, who is so cracked on the Sova, I think it makes sense. And I also do like seeing Sova on this map, just because, you know, paper thin walls, a lot of like setup for the recon dart to come out. We already know probably later on he is going to get his hands on that Odin, and it does set up for a lot of circumstances where Enzo can just take over a round.
Yeah. And again, I feel like we're consistently only ever seeing one team, or at least the games we're casting, seeing one team on the Swamp comp versus another team going with the more classic comp that we saw when the map first came out, where it is your Omen being your primary controller and the rest of your composition being somewhat similar to a lot of other.
Yeah, I will say it has deviated a bit, right? Because now the most common comp we see on Lotus is a double controller, but it's Viper plus Omen. Obviously, Viper Harbor coming more into contention, and usually you have that solar initiator as the Sky. So both teams kind of going against the grain a little bit, but even things like the Breach, because we just hit on the Sova. I mean, so many good, like, aggressive setups that you can have with Breach on this map, whether it's like standing back behind C, setting up for an aggressive defensive push. Same thing can happen towards that A site. So I'm excited to see how Shadow can really enable Kiko on some of these pushes.
I'll have to see. As you can see, to start this game off, every single player in the lobby has agreed to purchase armor and a shorty in memory of Twiston. So a big shout out to both of the teams, to all of the players on the server for participating in remembering a player that will be sorely missed within EMEA.
Of course. Such a great play, a great legacy. And now we're going to get to see, I mean, just all 5 players running at each other for this one much.
This is going to be carnage.
I mean, I guess they're not running at each other. Falcons are kind of just chilling.
This kind of reminds me of knife rounds, you know, where if you often have people kind of staring each other down to start, and you've got the whole gang on the wall. Is it going to be 1v1s? Are they doing 1v1s or something? Or yeah, look, everyone's going to the spectators bench. I think they're going to 1v1 one at a time.
I like that. We kind of have a Coliseum setup coming through. Enzo and Outlaw starting us off the 1v1. Coming through, quite a bit of range, a bit of damage done. More taken by Outlaw. Being traded quite quickly.
Big old headshot. Here we go. It's Enzo to take match one.
You know, this is just so great coming through.
Oh, his winner stays on. His winner stays on.
Great rules coming through. Mo, you have a big advantage, my man. You better not flop this one as Enzo does go down. And now, the Killjoy 1v1. Hell, Munch, this is the matchup that we highlighted. And I feel like it will just keep going like this with the fact that Apex won the very first duel, that they should just be favored to be able to take this whole thing.
You would think so. That said, Alvar didn't take much damage on that little trade, although I say that he has taken damage now. Mystic, I mean, he's no stranger to the shorty. 1 HP though. Taken down by Khaled. It's getting closer.
One enemy remaining.
Now, I mean,
never mind. It's not getting closer.
And again,
Kiko jumping in. Oh, Spy takes him.
Shadow,
5
the
seconds.
last one up. And Shadow does take it. Okay. And again, like, kudos to both of our teams doing this. The shorties coming out, Twist and, again, sorely missed as a member of the community. And yeah, great showing from both teams.
Yeah, fantastic to see. And that will actually be the official first round of the map as well, as we even get some highlights of the players entering the Coliseum.
I gotta be honest, like, how do you even really cast this? The 1v1s coming through. Just a bit of fun for both sides.
You might as well roll a dice, honestly. Playing shorties at this kind of range, it's like how many of the shells managed to get a random headshot is essentially the long and short of it.
Yeah, and like we said, kind of the first one up is Kiko. Finding a nice shot. We know Apex favored coming into the second round with the guns through. And Kiko's not even backing off. He's just fine, just pivoting back and forth. Finds the second.
You love to see it. You really do love to see it. Kiko takes 2 down. And Apex in a great little spot off the back of the shorty round. And should be confident to win this second round out, and then we look towards guns. Then we look towards what Falcon are bringing to the table here today. Remember, they are out of the running for playoffs, but they're still wanting to show up. They're still wanting to show us what they've brought to the tournament, that they're here and that MENA cannot be ignored as a region.
No, and like we said, right, even just trying to set yourself up for the future, trying to make your way to Tier 1 is incredibly important for Apex. I feel like with how dominant the hero they had is Khaled actually finds 2, manages to get a bit of damage done, but Enzo ending the round in style with the shock dart.
Yeah, Enzo's feeling it there. Nice little shot with the shock dart the second he sees the elbow. And, I mean, Kiko, look at this first headshot. That is a gorgeous little flick.
I even love that he doesn't back off, just kind of stays, you know, within vision, continues going for the duel, and make sure he's able to take it. But after that, with the damage Khaled was able to do, he's actually only 1 orb off the Reckoning. And now, with Falcons being the ones having guns, hell, you would just expect him to potentially just find that kill and have that online.
Yeah, the bonus, honestly, not that fantastic for the side of Apex. And 2 Sheriffs, a Marshal in there. Can be a bit rough against these Vandals. We'll see. I feel like Kiko landing a couple of big headshots can obviously change anything, and the Sheriffs can never be counted out, but you do favor the Falcons as they start to prod around the map. This is the thing that you criticized from them earlier on, is how much info are they really going to fight for before they commit to a sign.
Yeah, and it seems like for now, not going to go for much with that smoke coming down over towards C. Just going to try and get some aggressive control over towards A. Can try and get themselves an orb, maybe even break the door to create some question marks that Apex have to deal with. But it looks like they're just going to commit to taking control of the A site. Magnum. Oh, we might be able to find something.
Magnum is in a really sneaky spot right there. Sneaks through the wall. Reckoning comes out and he somehow dips away. I don't know how he's got away with that one as Enzo finds the first one onto Khaled here. And it's Apex with an advantage despite the lesser guns.
Yeah, and stacked up as 5 right now, trying to just flood into sight together. Kiko goes fast, gets taken down by the molly.
Enzo coming back into it as Mo finds that shot. Should be able to get a second one, but no, Enzo has got the drop on him. Now with the Vandal in hand, is Outlaw trying to defend on the side, but Enzo's having none of it! Charging forwards, and Mystic denies the ace, but what a round from Enzo!
Insane coming out on the signature Sova, popping off. They do manage to get the defuse in the end. And I mean, kind of blooding in together. I guess Kiko being the one to start it off. But then we see them pincering onto site, just waiting it out. And we saw, right, Falcons expecting them to be able to come from numerous angles. So keeping people like Spy waiting over towards Rubble and things like that allowed for Apex to start isolating some of those duels. So now 3-0 on the board. Operator in hand for Kiko. Hunter's Fury now online for Enzo after how many kills he was able to find.
That instant operator purchase is like, Apex want to snowball this game. They want to stack these rounds up, and Kiko is going to be the one to try and do it. But blinded and forced away in the meantime. Mystic gets one alongside that Hunter's Fury from Enzo. Oh, it gets a little bit dicey. As Mystic trades 1 for 1. The shock dart should push Khaled out here, but the flash, can it save him? Yes, it can. And Khaled with 3. This is way messier than Apex would have liked here. Magnum and Shadow alone. The health bar's very low for the Falcons players. Peeking out here. And the rifles will trump the Sheriffs.
Yeah, now Alvar left all alone. I will say not impossible, has 20 HP. We've already been seeing just tons of individual outplays and like star power bringing rounds back, but not able to do it this time. And my God, the level of aggression from Apex. I guess when you do have that Hunter's Fury online, I like to see it, right? Recon Bolt thrown out, gather the information, use that one, and try to find the kills right off the back. But even people like Mystic, TPing so aggressively, even with Falcons committing so heavily to, you know, committing to try and go for the A exit.
Yeah. Really aggressive defense from Apex. And we all know Falcons more than happy to contest Rubble. That could be the story of this game, honestly, as it does feel like heavy Rubble presence so far. But B, the target for the side of Falcons this time. Rifles online once again. Is Enzo this time with an Odin as well.
Yeah, but like you said, Falcons exploring towards B. I like this. I mean, even just moving over, breaking the Killjoy alarm bot. Just denying some of that information right now. Not just going to be able to leave that B site with no one watching, or you could be exposed. But Apex getting so much information with the fact that Kiko's pushed up so heavily towards A. And we even just saw their Magnum jump spotting over towards C.
Kiko forced back. I believe that was a flash came in from Spy to push him off of the angle. As it feels like Falcons now leaning towards that C site. Still 55 seconds to work with, but looks like the Seekers coming out. Those cabbages flying towards Apex. This is going to be the C site now being hit. Full retake, but actually maybe a fast flood on from the side of Apex. They've got 4 players in position already. Spamming through the smokes for now.
Yeah, Mystic. Good for the first. Finds it, looking at what util they have readily available. I mean, Shadow having those flashes there. Hell, even the Aftershock being ready to go.
Old little peek there from Alvar. Will walk away with his life, but no armor remaining. Oh, Outlaw has got such a deep flank here. He's going to get the drop on them. Shadow the target, finds one headshot, turns it into 2, and the rest of the team is here. Outlaw making the moment for Falcons, and suddenly in a 2v1, Kiko has to somehow pull out the magic. Jumps on top of the boxes, but can't find the headshot. The bomb is ticking away this whole time. He gets 3, but he hasn't got time for the defuse, and Falcons find their round.
All of it coming down to Outlaw with that wraparound. I mean, just not expecting it to happen. I believe when the plant came down, he was actually over towards A lobby, ends up sneaking all the way around, finds the first, good for the second. The fact that he picks up 2 more after they know he's here, just spamming through the cloudburst, was the difference maker. So huge for Falcons to be able to get on the board.
Kiko finishing the round off. And it does at least mean for the side of Apex that despite the fact they lost that round, they've done a lot of economic damage there to Falcons. You can see barely any money there. So if it is another win for Falcons, they'll still not be snowballing too much. That said, though, Kiko's going to have to use his Blade Storm. The money's not exactly fantastic for Apex either.
No, not the best. I mean, because we've seen them play some, you know, more aggressive, risky rounds coming through, investing in good guns. Is 2 kills coming right off the back. And well, util.
What is this? They use the Viper's Pit and just get eradicated. I feel like it was just pest control.
Even things like the Aftershock, picking up kills for Shadow there, and then able to find another off the back of that. That one was a bit of a weird round. I like that we see Falcons, like, I think being more dynamic in terms of what sites they're looking at today, because we didn't really see that yesterday against Focus on their attack side. Now exploring towards the B side a little bit more, but you can see that Apex, they were ready for it.
Oh, yeah, they were. Fantastic. I mean, the Viper's Pit came down, and I feel like everyone from Apex was like, right, they are going to commit through that doorway. Open fire! Just stand their ground and just blast through the smoke.
Ooh.
And now a heavy presence towards C. These Sheriffs, a lot. Kiko already tagged heavily here. It's an aggressive TP onto the boxes. Mystic actually managed to get one somehow there. And now they still do feel like they're committed here, but Alvar with the overdrive. A tiny little tag onto Kiko would finish the job.
Honestly,
could even throw this rifle to a teammate.
I'm still just curious about how, if Mystic was concussed from the initial relay bolt, or if he ended up getting tagged by his own fault line. Kiko does.
Mo now gets the rifle.
End up finding one.
One enemy remaining.
Shadow good for another. And Shadow closing out with the final kill. That was a pretty aggressive start. I liked what Apex were thinking about, right? You have the paranoia ready and waiting for Mystic. If you hear any noise, any presence being shown by Falcons, and you're hoping that the Jet can then swing off of that. But we saw immediately Kiko was taken quite low. Okay, so it was... Actually, I don't know. It might have been the fault line that ended up concussing Mystic. His own teammate's fault line, which ended up bringing him down, because that was a very aggressive TP in. And with the fact that Kiko had taken some light damage, he wasn't able to follow through and repeat with his teammate.
Yeah. And Mystic, using that Shrouded Step off the back of his flash, so hoping that nobody noticed he'd managed to get on top of the boxes. Still got 1 kill, despite the stun. 6-1 now. As Falcons go for a timeout, you can see they're going to be able to purchase in this one, and lockdown available as well as the Reckoning. That sets up for a mighty powerful site here.
It really does. I would like to also see Falcons just invest more in picking up orbs overall. There have been a few rounds where, they're walking past Mound. There's still 40 seconds on the clock. You forced people like Magna back, who we saw earlier in the map playing heavily on C, and just ignore those. So, the more ults can get online, the better. We'll have those 2 for now, and it would be a great way to get a second on the board. Shadow, though, with that Rolling Thunder, does set up for a potential retake to come through for Apex. And you can see that's maybe what they're aiming for over towards that A site, because Enzo's going to be all by himself.
We'll be able to use the darts to try and find info. As again, heavy presence on the C site from Falcons. This does seem to be their sort of default for the map so far, honestly. We saw heavy rubble congestion early on. Those rounds weren't going their way. It seems like now leaning towards C as their standard, as Khaled maybe probing for a little bit more. Does get spotted as he tries to move in. Smokes come out, and that'll be enough for them to back away.
And how far forward he is. He's going to be able to hear any rotations that come through. And he's getting information now, so we do hear Alvar just running through.
Oh, he's going to go huge, isn't he? They don't know. They lack critical information.
And they have so much...
Oh, Kiko.
Apex has so much information. Look at the minimap. The rotations coming through.
They know where everybody is. The Rolling Thunder's in as Kiko's behind them. That's 1. That's 2 as well. The rest of the team can jump in from the front side. Magnum with that one. Spy still surviving at the back, but Kiko will finish him off. And my goodness. I mean, Apex, they just had everything. They knew everything that was happening.
And it's the change up of where they're holding that I feel like is being so impactful, because you were highlighting, right, early on, it was rubble control coming through. Then we saw them stacking more heavily towards C. Now this push up through mid that informs the rotation and allows Kiko to get such a successful flank. I really like how much we're seeing Apex change it up on this defensive half. And now they're going to go back to what they were doing earlier on. Magnum being that anchor over towards C. You have this 3-man aggressive push that's probably going to come through on A. Falcons, though, potentially reading it well, as they are going to explore towards B to start this off.
My ult's not ready.
Smoke over towards B as well as Shadow. Actually using that operator, we usually see it for Kiko, but since he was playing so aggressively on Rubble, giving it over to the player on the B side. But now, see the focus again for Falcons. They're into that Killjoy and the operator in the hands of Shadow.
They're also only one off the Seekers if they did want, but doesn't seem like they're going to go for that. Just going to try get some information. Do manage to pop Nano Swarms. Not, and going to end up going down. Aftershock even finding the kill on the spine. They're just going to keep running in one by one. This seems like the perfect situation for Apex to just mow them down.
5 HP for Shadow, so he's got to be a little cautious as the fault line will find the stun. Falcons, can you get a bomb plant at least? I feel like it's been a little while since we saw a successful plant. Side of Falcons, Khaled has to be cautious as the drone comes out. I think he's got away with that, though. It didn't spot him, and now Apex are going to think that he's rotating away.
30 seconds left.
But you can see for Apex still playing this waterfall position. They're ready for him to be here.
That's the discipline that we've been talking about. Like, the angles they're holding there, it's like, okay, if you want to try and go for the plant, you can try and go for the plant. We've got an Odin, we'll just wallbang you. And if not, you have to walk into a crossfire. Neither of us are going to peek you by ourselves.
And right, even had he gone for the rotate, they're fine with it. They have, you know, numbers advantage. They can just play that as a team. I will say, good on Khaled to be able to find a few of these and at least do a bit of economic damage. Hell, we even saw Shadow taken so low, he's going to have to rebuy some armors. But I guess talking about Apex's economy is a bit of a mute point when they are 8-1, and they're absolutely chilling in terms of money.
Yeah, they're doing okay, aren't they? Enzo still with that Odin, 8,600 credits remaining. And that'll be back up to 9,000 with a headshot onto Outlaw.
And, I mean, being set up by Mystic, Paranoia coming out right off the rip to guarantee he gets this kill. And this is what you're talking about, right? The paper-thin walls on Lotus.
Yeah, he's got to get out of there with the door being opened, and Spy will find him through a wall, ironically. And Spy now goes down as well. So a good little trade from Apex. Shadow replacing his former player. Mo trades it. And it's a much closer round than I think Apex would like. But look, they've just moved everyone over, and now Kiko's behind enemy lines.
Yeah, Kiko has an upper, so has to be a little bit more patient in terms of the push-up. But Alvar looks like he's ready. He was not able to take the first shot. Magnum finding Alvar. And now Mo left by himself. We've seen him do it before, but hasn't really been showing up so far in this first half. Will end up going down to Magnum. And Apex, I mean, they're just showing up the exact way you would expect, right?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is the way that Apex are like, every second that the round goes on, they tighten the clamps a little bit more, right? It's like a giant jaw that's like slowly crunching shut onto Falcons. You see them at the start of the round, Falcons will move towards one side to try and get info. And wherever info is not being gathered by Falcons, Apex are moving closer. One player is flanking. They're pushing up those extremities. And it feels like they're just playing that kind of process of elimination and slowly but surely shrinking the area that Falcons are allowed to play in.
Yeah, and you can see this time, I mean, again, and how dynamic they are in changing their setups, playing full retake. For C, that we do see Mystic moving over there now just in case a rotation came through. But even setting up with the same play they did last round, of Paranoia coming out from Mystic, and then the spam from Enzo. Looks like Falcons ready to pivot towards B, but it was spotted out by the Aldro. And Shadow still having a ton of utility to try to hold this. Oh! Goes down.
Nice little start getting rid of the operator player as Alvar gets onto Magnum as well. 3v4 now, an advantage for Falcons, despite only the Sheriff's now a rifle picked up, an operator for Mo as well. Oh no, the dog bounces the grenade. Bit awkward there as Mo trying to hold the angle, but forced back, and the aftershock will finish him. Mystic can push in, really aggressive position from him as he gets to high ground, but taken out by Outlaw now. Alvar taking one as well. This could be it for Falcons. Shadow in a 1v3. The spike is down. They've certainly got the money for him to try this 1v3 out. It feels difficult. And Spy takes him out. Falcons getting a crucial round on the board.
This one just felt so much messier. Very important, but at the same time, then we just really saw them kind of trying to peek in one at a time. You know, we had good circumstances come out, like the Aftershock able to pick up a kill, trying to use some of that utility. But earlier we saw the retakes were just so good that the coordinated kind of flood ins, Kiko usually being the one to open it up, but then working as a cohesive unit. We do see them going back to that initial start, though, with Mystic, Kiko, and Enzo on A.
However, there are 5 players here from Falcons. It's rifles across both teams here. Reckoning comes out to find Rubble control here. This won't actually get them onto the site. This will just get them into this position, but they've been comfortable in this position. This is where they've been able to take control of A or B. The Owl Drone spotting the players out. Apex playing with full information right now, and the Hunter's Fury gonna find one tag and will finish a player off. Second one not quite found, but still huge damage done.
Great by them. You still have the lockdown for Mo to try and guarantee them either a side or if they want to save that for a post plant. But now with Khaled going down, feels like it's mattering less and less. Mystic finds one, finds two.
Away with absolute murder. I can't believe that. Mystic finds it. And now Mo on his own. That lockdown's huge, but not big enough. And it's double digits the first half. Apex, my goodness, do they mean business today?
I mean, like we said, 4-0 on this map throughout the year. 3 of those times have been against Focus, but that might even be more impressive considering that they are like the main rivals in their region, right? And like you said, Mystic getting away with absolute murder. Now getting to see the change of sides, right? Gonna get to see the IGLing show up for Apex. A lot of great pivots when they were on that defensive side. Now we're going to get to see what they can do on the attack. Absolute murder. Now getting to see the change of sides, right? Going to get to see the IGLing show up for Apex. A lot of great pivots when they were on that defensive side. Now we're going to get to see what they can do on the attack. If they pick up this pistol munch, this is just, I mean, this is just pretty much done right here, right now.
Yeah. A lot to play for here for Falcons, I think it's fair to say, in the pistol. This time, with ghosts across the team here. Look at what Apex are buying, though. Everyone with armor as well as a classic. Like, that's a strange pistol buy. You don't see that often. And it's working out onto Mo as they just move their way into the B site. 3-man flank from the side of Falcons, but the site already gained now. Smokes to force Outlaw away as well. And, I mean, this is a fantastic little attack onto B. Kiko with another one as Outlaw goes down.
Yep. Okay, we're getting some trades back and forth. I will say a few members of Apex are low, but Kiko finds a fourth. Is he going to get the ace? Spy out tagged. Isn't able to win out, though. And Spy finds a few of his own. 24 HP, 1v2. You still do have a flash for Shadow, though, which can make this quite tough.
Flash has just come back up for Spy. Oh, flash for Flash. Be forced to back away, and he's running out of time here.
Oh, he just can't.
Magnum's low. The stun forces him away.
Apex can just play this so patiently, right? They can just wait for the tap to come out and then just end up peeking together. I like that Spy tries to isolate that first one. I don't even think he had time, even if he had found the kill in the Shadow there. But there it is, 11-2. We'll see if Falcons can bring any shenanigans to bring this one back. We will reiterate if there's anyone like tuning in for the first time and you have been missing out on just how Group B has been going here in Ascension. You know, we aren't necessarily playing for anything but pride, but pride's still an important thing to play for. When, again, all these players hoping to make it to Tier 1, whether through winning Ascension, which Apex in good footing to do right now, or even just getting picked up by other teams, which, you know, this is a great place to showcase how good you are as an individual.
Certainly is. Aggressive plays towards Rubble, and, well, Rubble's won before the fight even begins. Apex moving towards that A site. And you could see a bit of a force coming out for the side of Falcons, and rightly so, because they're fighting for match point at this stage. Apex, if they can find it. But I think predicting the heavy rotation from Falcons, and now faking a rotation, or at least cutting noise for the meantime. Kiko just doesn't miss, does he?
No, and that feels like the most important kill to get, right? Because we're really hyping up Mo coming into the day. But it's actually been Khaled on this map stepping up and finding all the multi-kills for Falcons. And we need to remember that this is Falcons map pick, right? Oh, actually is good for at least one. But this is Falcons map pick. This is where you would have wanted to see them have a bit of a more competitive showing coming through. But now 12-2, feels like a matter of time.
Yeah, this has been one of the most brutal maps we've seen in the whole tournament, honestly. Apex, no interest in the whole, like, show-off victory lap thing. Like, no interest in bringing out wacky... Like, they are here to play. They're here to show up.
I have a question.
Kiko...
Have you ever been a salesman?
I have, yes.
Good. I actually kind of figured you have. Can you sell us on, like, the 10-round comeback dream for Falcons? Give us the best pitch.
All right. Well, The rifles coming in for Spy and Alvar. Alvar has been massive so far in the tournament. As Khaled goes down, I feel like I needed more time for the pitch.
I agree, that quickly got derailed. And oh no.
Well, you know, Spy has had some pretty big moments, and he's got a rifle.
He's a guiding light. He's a trailblazer. On his way.
I'll tell you how Falcons win this. They win the next map is what happens, because I don't think even if I'm trying to sell it, I don't think there's any way. Spy in a 1v5. He's got the glitch hop with a Riot gun buddy. Like, if there's one thing you can't criticize, he's got the drip going on.
If there's one thing you know, everyone in his games is asking him how he got it. Is unfortunate timing there from Spy. As you know that feeling quite well of the Riot gun buddy usage, but dominant showing coming out from Apex. Starting off with the fun one again, the Coliseum, right, with the shorties again in honor of Twist and Will Be Missed. But Apex, great performance, is what you would expect. I don't know if I would have expected it to be this dominant, but really showing up.
Thing. I did expect an Apex win here. I did not expect an Apex 32. Like, that is an absurd scoreline. And if you wanted more confidence in this team going into playoffs, like, look no further, because that is domination coming out from them. Gentlemates managing to get a 2-0 over Falcons as well, but, you know, 13-7, 13-9 with the scorelines. Falcons a much stronger showing earlier on in the tournament against Gentlemates. I feel like Apex are making an argument over the course of this group for being the favorite for the entire tournament. And if they can have another map like that, like, I think it's unarguable.
I mean, I think in a lot of people's eyes that this is a team that already would be able to do well in Tier 1. Again, just with the pedigree that the players have, with the fact that even like the young gun Pico has been stepping up, has had a great year. Really, this team just doesn't have all that many flaws. Hell, we haven't seen any flaws exposed yet, you know, with the level of competition they're at so far. So I think that's the exciting thing is not only like, can this team go, you know, make it into Tier 1, but then how much further can they go past that? Because we've heard them say that their goal is like they want to surpass Fnatic. They want to show that they are the main players who can bring success to EMEA as a region as a whole.
Yeah, and well, EMEA building a legacy as a region right now. Domination on the international stage. Really excited to see what happens to Champs as well. But I just want to quickly point out before this graphic goes, 20 kills for Kiko in 15 rounds. Like, at least 1 kill per round, slightly more than that. Like, that is an absolutely disgusting showing from Kiko here on Lotus.
And again, just everything, like the IGLing, the strats, the individual performances, like the change-ups and the reads. It really just felt like Apex had everything delivered. And as we get closer to map 2, which will be Apex's map pick of Ascent, where they have looked better, I'm just even more scared for Falcons.
Yeah, this was Falcons map pick, man. Like, this is brutal. Apex are here to play. They're showing us in map 1 they are the Apex Predator. None of this Falcon nonsense. We'll see if they can keep that ball rolling right after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to the B stream here for the VCT Ascension EMEA. I'm Munch, joined by Lyric as we head towards game number 2 here between Falcons and Apex. And Lyric, I mean, how would you describe that first game between Falcons and Apex? Because I'm not sure there are many very kind ways to describe.
I feel like there's not many like broadcast-friendly words we can use. Yeah. It was a bit of a pummeling. 13-2 going in favor of Apex, and Apex showing doesn't matter if there's, you know, necessarily nothing on the line for them. They really want to show that they are the best team at this tournament through and through. Yeah. They're doing a great job proving that so far.
It's certainly a game 1. I just noticed the little picture for Ascent there. It looks like one of those restaurants where they've got like a little tunnel that you can take pictures for Instagram. Like, I feel like that's a great little spot for Instagram selfies on Ascent. So, hey, anyone who's looking for a photo op, you know, yeah, true. Actually,
you wanna go?
But we could set up a little trestle table. Go get one of the trestle tables from Wine. Maybe get a bottle from Wine as well.
Exactly.
Bring it on over. Set up a garden.
Go there
sometime? That'd be a lovely little afternoon. I want to go there right now. I want to go there right now. And in fact, we will be going there right now. We'll be given a tour by Apex and Falcons. But me and you, we can treat it as a little date night or a date afternoon for me. Date very early in the morning for you.
It's about to be 9 a.m. here where I am. But heading into Ascent, I think this one can be more interesting. I don't know how often I feel saying that after map 1, but especially as we get closer to Agent Select, right? Because Falcon's still running like a triple initiator comp, which has been out of the meta for a long time. DRX, of course, famous for sticking to that for so long. The KO, the Fade, the Sova. So it's going to be kind of fun getting to see them at least bring their own flavor to Ascent once again. You know, how many rounds they're able to get on the board with this comp is what's going to be, you know, the question. But hell, if Khaled can keep performing like he did in map 1, and we have some of those other players we highlighted who were having a bit of a slower game, right? People like Mo, who over the past few days has been great, but didn't really step up in map 1. That's what you need for Apex, for Falcons, I'm sorry, to get a few more rounds on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what you just said, because you sounded like a robot to me for pretty much the entire time that you were talking. So I'm hoping that's just a Discord thing. But I agree inherently with whatever it is you said. I am firmly on board. I don't know what it was, but I believe in you firmly and fully. So I'm on board with it. We'll see if Falcons are on board, though, as they head into map number 2 here. And take a look at this. A Fade coming out, as well as a KO for Team Falcons. So double initiator. In fact, what am I talking about? Triple initiator. So I've got a Sova coming in as well.
You know, Munch, I don't know if I still sound like a robot, but
I can hear you.
I was gonna say, I know I'm, you know, a bit of technical issues, a bit of lag where we're at, but it seems like I'm fine for now. We're gonna keep the same comp coming out from Falcons that I was highlighting earlier, right? That triple initiator. Again, teams like DRX, famous for sticking with this for so long, and Apex gonna bring out the stock and standard that you know them for. The good thing for Falcons is they just play so many damn games in like their own region and online leagues that they at least have a lot of experience playing on Ascent.
Yeah, I love that we have both teams here with 80% win rate with their compositions on the map, right? Like 80% versus 80% should mean that we have a pretty banging matchup ahead of us here. And I certainly hope, because for Falcons, this will be their last game of the tournament. If they lose this one, like, they should be hoping for a win. They should be hoping to push us to 3 just to get as many games in the tournament as they possibly can. Looking to defend their honor here as we head towards game number 2. Map 1 was incredibly dominant from the side of Apex, and they'll be looking to keep up that run if they can. Let's see how the triple initiator can work out for Falcons.
Yeah, you know, they have the ability to get constant information, which is great, right? Trying to spot out where Apex are going to be leaning heavier towards, and even going for a bit of control of A main, making a really aggressive push. Apex, though, leaning towards B. So going to go into the weaker side of Falcons. We'll see if Khaled and Spy are ready for this.
I mean, this sort of feels a little bit lucky for the side of Apex, where they're leaning heavily towards B, and there happens to be absolutely no defense on the B side of the map. Oh, Magnum, he's got the perfect spot. He waits for them to walk on by, and it's 2 free kills, picks up a ghost, legs it through mid. A Spy tries to answer it, but Magnum is just decimating the whole squad here. Spike is down as Mo finally answers, but I mean, what an entrance to the map.
Yeah, I mean, he's already done enough work. Even Nice did that turret to spot out the player who peeked from mid to then be able to return that kill. So now 2v3 going in. We're going to see 2 shock darts available for Khaled. I don't know how much he'll be able to get done because look at the minimap. Enzo actually going for a reflank. Shadow. Good for this kill on Khaled. Mo, though, he's popping off for himself. We said he needed to step up if Falcons wanted to have a more competitive showing, but it's going to be incredibly hard. Let's see if he can isolate the first, and he's not able to. Is Shadow able to round out the pistol for Apex?
I mean, Apex, when they're in these 2v1s, you never, ever, ever see them peak. Not a single time have I seen an Apex player go for the peak in a 2v1. They wait until the last possible second and then take that opportunity. Magnum making clean work of those 2 players. Phenomenal stuff to see. Mo gave it a fair effort, though, has to be said. 3 kills for him in the round on the attempted retake. But Apex, I mean, starting as they mean to go on, right? This is the team that you should be expecting as a favorite going into playoffs. This is the team that are looking as dominant as they did domestically. And it's fantastic to see them bringing that same form to the international stage.
Yeah, and now just going to try and go for this aggressive push in mid. Not able to find the first, and now Apex good for 2. Would have loved to have that Sheriff kill come online for Alvar, but the 0 point spotting him out, and Apex are just so patient, right? again, the default heavy style that they like to take, not overcommitting anywhere on the map, and they're even continuing that in the mid-round. Falcons, 2 members towards C, gonna see if they can do any economic damage. Right now, it is just a few shield rebuys that Apex will need to go for.
Interesting to see Kiko being one of the ones with just a pistol as a turret. Kills Khaled somewhere on the map.
It was over towards B main, which it was after we saw Enzo get that damage down, and now it's just going to be a very easy finish to the second round for Apex.
But even in like bonus rounds, you can kind of see the discipline from Apex here, where you've got, you know, they got the opening kill, they got a follow-up kill there. They don't just like brute force their way onto a site. That's a really nice shot from Outlaw. They don't just brute force their way in from that point. They still just kind of chill in mid, wait for a couple more picks. They don't want to give any rifles over. They don't want to give any single opportunity to Falcons. So really, really clean stuff, as you would expect from Apex, as they've sort of taught us to expect at this point.
Yeah, and even being really flexible, right? Of course, round 1 on the pistol, going for that lean into B and taking it pretty slowly on the site. Second round exploring mid, and now even a bit of a lean heavier towards A in this default. So I like how flexible Apex are keeping it. Magnum will, of course, have his lockdown online, so maybe even going to be able to convert this bonus into a 3rd round win.
I mean, it feels that way, doesn't it? Or at least it feels like a fairly even round, although Enzo going down early on certainly helps out Falcons. Finally getting an opening pick that really could change everything.
Still have that 0 point to use. Have used the recon as well as the haunt from Spy. It's, again, triple initiator, so many tools to be able to spot out where they are, and a lot of stomping power potentially here, but we can see Apex now starting to make their way towards A. Though Alvar is just hanging out around spawn, so ready to rotate wherever Apex are going to lean, and it looks like the read of Falcons is right with sending Alvar to reinforce Outlaw and Tree.
You should run.
Lockdown going to come on through. As still holding heaven right now is Mo. This could be a tough one to push in onto, but Kiko's found Alvar on the flank. Very nicely done here. Evens things up. And actually not hitting A just yet. Now finally pushing on through. The util comes up in heaven to force the players away. Just completely clearing every single angle towards the back of the site here. And now playing for the post play.
Now we're going to see what Magnum's able to do, being the one in Tree, because 2 members making their way here, but he runs out. It's a bit of damage down. But Spy now ready and waiting, throwing out the hot, but Magnum's good to find 1. Has the classic in hand. Can he get another? Oh, I think that's a good call. Just get out of there. Get the hell out of Dodge.
Shadow there to protect him, to help his teammate get out to safety. And that's such an important duel for Magnum to be able to win, and now a one-way as well makes it so difficult for the retake to even be possible. Kiko trades Mo. And there we have it, with 16 and 4 HP respectively. I think Khaled and Outlaw, they're just happy to get away with their rifles at this point.
We'll see if Shadow can find this first one. He does. So you take another one off the board. And I even love just some of the small things you see Apex do, right? Always ready to shoot things like the recon bolts to Hans coming out and not give, you know, that perfect information that Falcons would like to find. And we're going to see it was down to a lot of small moments. Spike hitting the opening pick. Magnum here able to find 1 and then manages to escape to where the full force of Apex's main forces were allowed for Apex to bring themselves up to a 3-0. So right now, Munch, we're very much on track for a potential repeat of what we saw on Lotus.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good, isn't it, for Apex? That said, Cosmic Divide potentially could turn into a round with Khaled having a hero rifle that he saved from the previous one, and Mo having a Bucky. You never quite can out a Bucky, can you? Always feels like a weapon that, in the right situation, for example, on one side of a Cosmic Divide, can make things happen. It's Kiko. Really aggressive position in mid here. This feels like the stock and standard for Apex so far. Control mid and see where you can go from there.
And we've seen, again, once towards B, once mid, once A. Is Khaled ready for it, able to dodge out on the flash. And now 2 people might burst out with the flash coming out from the KO.
Really nice from Falcons there. Managing to dodge the original flash and then replay as a team. Enzo wants to punish, but Alvar's ready. And finds his head. Suddenly, it's feeling doable. Falcons have picked up so many rifles off the back of these couple of plays. They're feeling like favorite in the round now. But Magnum's changing that fact. Want to start it off. Mystic goes high. As in goes Magnum on the low. And suddenly, things feeling somewhat even. Magnum in a 1v2. It's not ideal for him, but he's got the spike. He's trying to escape. You can see, he doesn't know where the players are. This is so tense.
You can see Falcons trying to regroup together in mid. And Magnum going to start making his way over. He was thinking about A, but yeah, now going to go towards B. He's going to have to start running to get this plant down. Should be able to get the plant, as they aren't really close enough to be able to stop this one. And now we're going to see if he's able to pull out a heroic performance. Luckily, hasn't been tagged. Would have loved to at least isolate one. Now it's going to come down to it. Falcons can enter together. They don't. Finds the first. Oh my god, running through.
Oh, through the nano swamp. Oh, Magnum, I like the idea. That was such a clutch idea of a play. Pushes through the nano swamp to find the headshot, but Mo managing to survive. And it was while Mo was reloading too. The vision was there, but unfortunately doesn't quite connect it.
And right, this round going in favor with first Khaled dodging out on that flash to pick up the opener. But I love the readjustment from Apex of using that paranoia to set up re-aggression through mid, because you know when you're at such a critical disadvantage, you have to make those aggressive plays to try to bring it back in your favor. And like you said, the push to the nanoswarm, so unexpected. I thought they were going to be able to make it work, but Mo luckily was good for his, sitting at the top of the scoreboard right now for Falcons, and now having those guns to work with. Alvar even having the op, but it looks like this time around Apex going to want to go a bit faster, and they're going incredibly fast.
Yeah, real fast, but Spy does not fall to the pressure here. Takes Kiko out, and the rest of the team have kind of stalled out in the entrance to B. It's only one player down towards Boathouse. So Spy, he's got to hold on as long as he can. Just survive as long as possible here. That's his second for the round already. Pushed back by the fragment. Will be taken down by Shadow. Now 3 there. The Shadow finishing that one off, and Magnum evens things up.
2v3. Sadly, all your initiators are down. Would have been great to have any of that, utility to try to spot out exactly where the members are on site. We'll see if Alvar is able to find a different gun, or if they just elect to end up backing off and saving if he isn't able to find an opening pick.
Surprised to see the peaks coming through, honestly. As Mo pushes in, will be finished off by Shadow, and Alvar opting for a rifle now, but spotted and taken down by Enzo. Nicely done here. Maybe denying the operator. Can they find it in time? I don't think they did. I think he was a pixel away, but I think he was denied.
Yeah, and we're going to see, managing to buy a lot of time, Spy here from this position in Boathouse. It was great for him, even getting a ton of utility to come out from the members of Apex. But once they got that foothold down, it's like you said before, you don't really see Apex make those over-aggressive peaks or any forward movement. Such a good read of how to handle the situation. So now Falcons going for what I'd say is a much-needed timeout. Luckily for them, you look at the economy of Apex and isn't phenomenal. It's all right, especially looking towards, Mystic and Enzo having some money in their bank accounts, but I think would definitely like to start stacking up a bit more considering that you are 4-1, but Falcons have definitely made them work for a lot of these round wins.
Yeah, players like Kiko, for example, if this is a round loss for APK, could struggle to buy in the next one. That said, he is 2 points away from the Knights, so it might not matter when it comes to that next round anyway, even in a loss. But to see, though, what Falcons cook up for us. Blade Storm available, that Cosmic Divide. It's been available for a while now. The single point away from 2 different ultimates, and then the Hunter's Fury only 2 points away. This does feel like even with just pistols, Falcons could still cook up something good.
Yeah, typically saving that Cosmic Divide for the retakes to get yourself in a favorable position in those, but I feel like especially a lot of the time losing out on some of the info gathering and like the flashes, if Outlaw's one of the earlier people going down, makes it even a bit harder to come out. Some early util invested towards B main, potentially set up chip damage for then Spy to be able to find a kill off the back of it. But so far Apex are taking this so slow. We'll be able to find out that some members of Apex are at least over towards A, but this doesn't give them a whole lot of information to work with.
No, it certainly doesn't. Alvar using that ultimate to try and find his opening pick, but Apex playing as patient as physically possible here. That said, Falcons aren't overstepping, aren't overdoing anything for the time being.
They do have some aggressive setups in B main, though, which I like. This might catch Apex off guard, but it looks like they're primed and ready to use that owl drone to clear this. Oh, no!
Oh! It's a good one from Spy. And Khaled hasn't given up his position just yet. He can wait around here, although it looks like that's going to be enough for the side of Apex to move over. And Magnum has lurked his way through guard and found one. Oh, but Khaled, what a position to be in. He has a couple across mid, and suddenly Apex are in trouble. This is the moment for the side of Falcons to get their second on the board and turn this game competitive. Khaled finishes the job, and Falcons find themselves on the board with a thrifty.
Yeah, picking up all the guns you love to see. You know, again, the more aggressive setup coming out from Falcons in their eco round, prodding for aggressive information towards A main, and then having this double stack towards B, not expecting for Khaled to push out after that. And luckily for him, finds the kills, gets the spike for themselves. And then, I mean, Magnum, what can he do from this position? And like we said, for Apex, it's not like we're up to, you know, 6,000, 7,000 in credits. Look at the buy they have to go for in this 7th round.
Yeah, I feel like some players maybe could have forced it further than that, but you definitely can't get a good team buy. So just a bit of a half buy from them.
0 point.
Magnum does have that lockdown, and Kiko has the Blade Storm too, and in fact, Kiko is immediately gonna pop it. Oh!
Yeah.
That's just through the smoke.
0 point did spot them out at first and deny, I think, the fast hit that Apex were hoping to go with the fact that they have, you know, things like the Spectres coming on through. But for now, Apex gonna have to slow it down once again. And you have so many ults to work with on the side of Falcons. You would hope they don't have to invest any into this round. But they actually are. Null command for Outlaw.
Yeah, perhaps a little preemptive here. Heard a bit of movement, heard a bit of noise. That's enough to stall at very least. 40 seconds on the clock, and it might just be a rotation. Cosmic Divide going to be used as well.
Yeah, they're just buying a lot of time. We even saw a Recon Bolt thrown out mid, Haunt thrown out outside of B, so they know they're here, which is why Alvar's ready to fight too. Outlaw even gets one for himself. This is what you'd expect from Falcons with the advantage they had in this round. And now Mystic left by himself, only with a Judge.
Hey, look, Judge is a great weapon when you're on the other side of a Cosmic Divide. Anyone that pushes him could be in big trouble. He's going to use that smoke, try and force him to play into him. If they want to try and deny a gun, they'll be in a great spot. Do they push him? It looks like Khaled wants to. Mystic hasn't given away that he has a Judge just yet. There we go, round win. Does go out to make sure he dies, makes sure that he gets that loss bonus. And hey, Falcons, third one on the board. This is already much more competitive than the first battle.
Yeah, and even seeing some of the strength of their compositions in the mid round, right? Once the Recon Bolt and Haunt come back up, Recon Bolt in mid, Haunt thrown out outside of B, which is why Falcons were ready for this aggression to come up cat. So great job, great utilization of their utility to be able to take that one up. And now 3-4. Honestly, Falcons already surpassing their scoreline from the first map.
An ults online for both teams here. Hunter's Fury on either side. The lockdown for Magnum. Nightfall for Spy. Mystic. That's his ult online as well, although it's not quite as impactful as the other ones. Oh, that's a good little tag through the smoke there. Bit of early damage done.
And now most of Falcons stacked up towards A, but it looks like this might be some aggression coming out through Market. Falcons, though, they're ready for it. Spy! Good for the first kill. Gonna back off for now. And with this, Apex are going to back off and maybe start re-exploring towards the A site.
Yeah, but look at this stack. 3 players defending on A from Falcons. And Alvar, I think he suspects something's coming here. And immediately ready to go for that tailwind. But so patient from Apex. They probably suspect something's going on here as well. The flash is going to force him away. Tailwind going to be used as well as the Cloud Burst. And now pushing in. They've gained control of Tree. And using some of these ultimates as well. They've got a tag, and they'll actually finish one off. Khaled, fantastic stuff to deny this aggression. These ultimates used so cleverly by Falcons.
Yeah, we do have lockdown, though. coming out for Magnum. So going to force some players back, but trying to immediately answer with the Nightfall.
Spike goes down. The lockdown. Find anyone, as you wouldn't be surprised, as Magnum's found his way to the backside of the play. 2 kills and suddenly it's even. With Enzo having the Hunter's Fury online as well.
And even being able to smoke out the players from main, which is where the forces for Falcons are. We do see Alvar trying to sneak his way up to heaven, but Mystic's ready for it.
Alvar gets the one, enters into the site here, but oh my days, how have they answered that one? Mystic, really clean shooting as I get all mixed up. But Apex, a tight little round, and they do manage to find it. Again, heroics from Magnum. Look at his score. He's on double anyone else's kills.
Yeah, Magnum really was the difference maker for Apex after losing that opening duel. Able to get those 2 cement heaven control. And, I mean, when 2 of the 3 Falcons players are funneled outside of A main, you still have your controller alive. You can throw that one out there. It makes it so hard for them to try to re-aggress and retake site that it allowed Apex to find the win. So now Hunter's Fury going to be there for Enzo. Looks like going for a bit of a faster play, but still, we're consistently seeing Alof throw the 0 point right away to really just tame this aggression. But Hunter's Fury isn't going to be able to find anything off of it. No tags out just yet.
Yeah, there's 1 tag at the end of it. It's not huge though. Shadow loses his armor, and Outlaw loses his life, loses his head as Kiko pushes in now. It will be answered by Mo, but instantly traded, and they're onto the site here. Mystic again trades. 1 for 1 across the board, but that initial pick is everything. Alvar with the operator though, can still make magic happen.
Bot comes back up, even 1 Prowler to work with. Maybe you can try and set yourself up for 1 kill, but Apex ready to deny the information, the utility coming through. Alvar. Good for the shot. Enzo down now. 2v2, Munch. This is doable.
Robin Hood gets his bow noticed, and Alvar gets his second one as well. Picks up the rifle and has the dash at the ready. Last player behind Jenny. Magnum has been so huge, but Spy takes him out anyway. And Falcons, they keep us competitive here. 4 in the half already. And we're looking dead even here. We're looking at a game where Falcons have woken up. Their own map pick being absolute, utter domination from Apex. And I want to hear what the pep talk was after map number 1 here. I want to hear what the snack was. I don't know what changed. Something changed coming into map 2 because they feel alive.
And we see, right? It was moments like this where I especially get the idea from Enzo. You just shot your recon bolt, so wanting to peek off of it, thinking that they're going to be turned around, trying to shoot that one. But Falcons were ready. Of course, having Spy take care of that, and then just actually electing into the peaks for once, which allowed 4 Falcons to take the round. No information going to be gained by Falcons 0 point. Apex going to get some good information that Falcons are over towards A, but that's not going to dissuade them from wanting to go in towards Cat.
Trying to find information on Tree. They will spot Outlaw. Let's look at this deep push through mid here. Yet to be found, now spotted, and Alvar takes a hit, but manages to answer with a frag. Sheriffs, again, they can be good, but you're against a full arsenal on the side of Falcons. And, I mean, the round is converting in the way that you would expect. Enzo at least finding 1. This Magnum is going to be real low off the back of that shock dart.
Yeah, and I mean, Falcons now, I mean, they do have a bit of money to work with, right? So 1 going down is annoying, but not the end of the world. We'll see if Magnum's able to get another one.
Really nice timing here. Oh, but he misses the shot. He goes down. And Enzo taken out in mid as well. Really nice round from Falcons. Clean. 4 guns taken through to the next. And it's 5 and 5 on the scoreboard. Guns will be back for Apex. And now things get interesting.
Yeah, and we've seen both of these teams play this map so far here at Ascension. Both actually played against Gentlemates. Of course, Apex bringing down Gentlemates. Falcons did end up losing. But doesn't matter. You know, that kind of math doesn't work in... honestly, in any esport, but especially not Valorant. Doesn't matter if Falcons went down to Gentlemates on this map, keeping it incredibly competitive up against Apex. And I guess it's because, right, Apex with this more default, kind of slower style, like clearing every angle, being very meticulous, and Falcons having the triple initiators, allowing them to get a lot of good information on where Apex are looking to end with their bomb plans.
And I have to say, without a Sentinel, part of me was a little worried for this Falcons composition on the defensive side, right? Like, the Sentinel can buy you so much space on the map. But that said, replacing a Sentinel with an Initiator can get you just as much information. And the way that Falcons are rotating and working as a team here, certainly feeling good in the first half. 5-5 now. Full gun round. Operator in the hands of Mo this time around. Alvar not going to be using that. It's going to be Mo. Solo defender on the A site, but that's fine because Apex, heavy stack on B.
They do have the null command for Shadow. We'll see how fast it's going to go. This one looks pretty fast as Paranoia comes out, immediately denies him off the angle, and they're going for it. Alvar finds one, but Kiko answers.
Khaled is in the back of the main though, and he finds 2 headshots straight off the bat. Shadow searching for him. Khaled's been found, but he still finds a third anyway. Magnum knows exactly where he is, but Khaled finally taken out of the picture. Magnum's in a 1v1. How is there only 2 players left on the server, Lyric?
I don't know, but the fact that Khaled was able to use all that chaos to sneak his way past that smoke did so much for Falcons. Now, I mean, we see Mo holding with the op, expecting Magnum to make his way back towards B. Magnum, of course, does have the lockdown, so can try and use that to get on site if he wants. I wonder if he'll elect to try to wait, see if he can get the spike down, and then use it to buy some time.
Can't use that yet.
In the post plant.
Dropping his turret to cover his flank here. Ah, nice lockdown going to be used. But the thing is, you're against an operator who is literally holding this angle. There's no way Magnum wins this one. Although Mo forced back away. He's still holding that, though. And we'll just find the target. And that's lockdown on cooldown as well.
And now Falcons, they actually are in the lead for the first time in this half. A lot of it coming down to Khaled, somehow sneaking through that smoke, getting behind the members of Apex, clearly not expecting him to be here. Magnum, I mean, you get it, right? Thinking that the rotation might be over towards A, maybe just going back towards B could be the play, but going up against that op, not much he's able to do in that situation. And now, I mean, Hunter's Fury online for Khaled, you're still in a pretty good place. And look at the guns on the side of Apex.
Yeah. It's not a great way to end the half, is it, with a buy like this? Maybe they can still make it work.
Ooh, what is this aggression?
Across the entire map. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Alvar, such a great spot. They're all about to walk across and he finds one. And then the knives as well onto Shadow. Alvar shuts down the force by Kiko. At least gets one to answer, and Magnum does as well. 2v3 now. Kiko with a stinger. Magnum has a rifle, though.
Knives gone for Kiko. He's going to rely on that stinger for now, and now it's going to be all about what the stinger can do. And not able to do much.
So close.
Sadly, you know, both players of Falcons close enough to where they're able to both turn, find that last kill, and now 7-5 half for Falcons. Again, just great comeback on this side. And Alvar, what a madman to go for this aggressive push through mid. Finds the first with the op, has the knives to get the second. And that was the critical part of that round for me for Falcons.
That that knife kill from Alvar was clean as hell. It just spins out. First knife, instant headshot. Beautiful stuff to see. And like you say, Falcons ahead on this one as we get into our second half. And Apex on the defensive side, which I do feel like Apex generally very solid on their defenses. That discipline comes into play. So far, Falcons, heavy presence on B with the Killjoy set up there. This should be hard to push into.
Yeah, like you're saying, I mean, Apex, 72% win rate on their defensive half on Ascent. This is where they feel comfortable. But Falcons, they're going fast with 2 players in Boathouse Munch. We'll see if they're ready for this.
Khaled, just finds his headshot. Enzo goes down. Suddenly, this feels kind of... What? Magnum? I mean, I don't even care who would surround at this point. That shot was insane. Falcons will finish it off. Magnum, that flick.
That flick was beautiful. Sadly, though, Beauty not able to convert into a round win for Apex. So now Falcons making their way up to 8. And this is, you know, what we were kind of highlighting before the series, right? Was kind of the chaos and how quick Falcons can be on some of these plays. Really nice unexpected position from Mo there to be able to help just guarantee the round for their side. And now we see the typical Falcons kind of second round bye of where they love to just come in with these Bulldogs.
Yeah, the Bulldogs come out. There's a spectator for Khaled as well. And it feels good to be a Falcons fan right now. Sure, they may not be qualified for the playoffs, but they are going out with a bang. They are showing us what they're made of in their final series. And they're trying to make us go to a third map in this final series. They won every single game they could get, and rightly so. 2 right, Falcons. Great to see them having a solid performance in the final one. And they'll have a solid entry into the B site because take a look at the minimap. Absolutely no one here for Apex. They've tried to stack on A, and it has not paid off.
No, so this should be able to turn into a 9th round for Falcons. So even despite some of the series score lines, it feels like have been able to keep a lot of maps close and competitive, and it's why they have been such an exciting team here at Ascension. Now we'll get to see if Apex able to pull off any magic after what Magnum did last time. I love that he's one of the players that has a sheriff in hand.
He did spot the gun there as Alvar moved across. Oh, shock dart doesn't spot him. Went off to a different angle, and the smoke comes in at the right time, and it means Magnum can get one. Taken down by Spy at the end, though. There's now Mo with the Bulldog. The weapon advantage should come up strong here.
And yeah, now, I mean, Falcons just playing it so patiently, like knowing exactly where the members of Apex are funneled into. And now it looks like for Apex, just hoping to die to the spike, maybe catch anyone on the way out, not wanting to give any more ult points over. So good by them to make sure that they aren't giving over more than they need to the side of Falcons. Yeah. And now we're going to get to see them on their first gun round on this defensive side.
I feel like they should make a animation for when you die to the spike where you get like vaporized, because watching Enzo run into the spike explosion that's already there and just fall over, just it just doesn't make sense, does it? It breaks my brain.
But I kind of like that it doesn't make sense, because then you get a bit of the memes, you get a bit of the laughs. If you actually did vaporize, it'd probably look really cool at first, but I don't know. I'd much rather laugh, as it looks like Falcons now being on this eco, wanting to go fast. Alvar able to take down Mystic.
Not a bad little start, but Kiko does take him down as well. So 1 for 1. But the thing is, when you've only got one duelist in your composition and they go down right at the start, it can be difficult to make your way further on unless you can find one of these picks. And Falcons now fanning out through mid, still having one player towards a lobby there just to search for any aggressive pushes, but Apex not giving anything here. Very defensive positions. They're just making sure that nobody can go for any of these weird roams, any weird rotations.
And now they're going to start making their way through tree, but we do see Shadow. He's ready for this push, finds one, gets the second, does get taken down. But now Apex know, and Magnum might have a great timing to at least find one.
Has there ever been a round where Magnum didn't have a great timing? I swear, every single round we see him walking out around behind everyone. It's Kiko to get the kills, but the information gathered was flawless. Shadow with the first 2. Magnum tracking them, and then Kiko to finish the round off. Really nice stuff from Apex. And obviously not a full buy from the side of Falcons, so this should theoretically be that round win for Apex. Really nice spray control there from Shadow as well.
You know, Munch, the thing I'm scared of actually is as we get closer to like a lot of these ults getting online for
Spiders.
You know,
the dark.
You know, I'm not really afraid of spiders. Not a big fan, but also don't dislike. I'm actually afraid of as we get closer to Falcons getting a lot of these ults online, because just like Nightfall being thrown out, Hunter's Fury, the Null command being used, like this composition really just can't overwhelm a site with the amount of utility that it brings. Luckily for Apex, not really close to that point.
It's a very niche phobia, I have to say.
It is, isn't it?
Like, did you... Has that only happened since Valorant came out, or did you have this weird fear when you were a kid of...
My whole life. That and Heights.
These ultimates overwhelming a site.
Triple initiator and Heights.
I understood what it meant.
Ooh. Alvar's made his way forward.
Getting a lot of info. Magnum in the perfect spot, but it's only a Traders. Kiko went down anyway. I can back it away here. It's a great little pickup by Mo, and he finds the second as well. Mo has been so fantastic across the course of this tournament. In those clutch situations, I feel like he is the safest pair of hands in the whole team. And now, Plank goes down, and Falcons in a position to potentially get 10 on the board. They're looking like the favorite for the map.
Now we're going to see, though, can Magnum find it again? The spot going to back off. You're going to see if they're able to crunch on this. Throws out the flash, but actually doesn't re-peek with it. And Enzo ends up picking up Mo, and Mo's the man that you believe in, that you want alive.
Oh, that Odin is scary for Enzo. It's Magnum. Wait, what? How did they do that so quick? They just rinsed him. The shock dart kill to finish the job, and just as I said, it was going to be double digits. Apex surprises again.
Apex managing to get it despite the fact that they spot out the Killjoy, throwing the flash to try to slow him down. I was a bit surprised no one re-peeked off of it, but I guess that's right when Enzo found some open chip damage to open that one off. But my God, you're right. When Mo is hitting his shots, that is really when Falcons become a scary team. And just great timing by Apex there to take 2 down. And now we're at a point. Falcons forced onto these pistols. Apex actually having some guns to work with. But that niche phobia that you were hitting on, Munch, we're getting close to that point. Look at the ultimates for Falcons.
Yeah, I feel like it's next round, isn't it? Next round, where you're going to have rifles online for Falcons, as well as all of those ultimates. That is a scary position. As Enzo gets his value there, spraying through the wall. You do love to see it, don't you?
You do, and I mean, I respect the try by Falcons, trying to pressure multiple different points on the map. We actually saw the other kill going down over towards mid with aggression, trying to come out through there with the Astra Star. But still, Apex ready and waiting for anything to come through. Now we're going to see if they want to opt into going through tree, if they actually commit to mid. It's going to be great if they can at least find one.
Yeah. I have to say, I love seeing the Odin kills from Enzo here. It's a little sad to me that you got Magnum on this team and he's not the one Odining. He, like, not bringing out that classic Cypher. Hey, that's a good little shot from Mo to open things up a little bit. 1 HP for Outlaw, by the way. As the suppression comes in, Spy is down. Outlaw peeking out with that 1 HP, trying to use it. If Kiko only knew, he would put the Operator away and pull out his classic. But Mo now with a Sheriff. 49 HP against 4. Let's see it. Let's see the magic. It's not going to happen. Mystic takes him down. And here we go, 9 to 8. And that niche phobia that we've been talking about for the last couple of rounds, it can finally come online here, Mr. Lyric. You can see Falcons, rifles coming through, a point away from the Hunter's Fury, a point away from that Blade Storm.
Yeah, they can really just use that to try and like choke out one area at the site, force everyone back with the Nightfall, and then you have the Cosmic Divide to play out through the post plant. But this one, Apex again delivering as expected, pretty close to pretty much all of their ults, right? I mean, hell, actually 2 points away from everything except the Blade Storm, which Kiko already has in hand. So we're going to see where Falcons want to start this one off, trying to get some early information towards mid with that recon dart, and even having some smokes to potentially set up for this push to deny what was an angle that Kiko was playing last round over towards spawn.
Magnum not quite spotted there, but they're probably going to suspect this position. I feel like we've seen this position a lot across the course of this map. Alvar sneaking forwards. Oh, this feels dangerous, doesn't it? Gives away his own position. Dashes away. Magnum trying to punish there. I like the idea, though. You dash away to try and bait out the shots for Khaled, but doesn't quite work.
I even like how Apex defend the ability for Magnum to get away with that shock dart, but now we have Flood coming into tree, and here it is. Nightfall comes out, but Magnum somehow finds Spy. Why he's throwing that one out from mid.
And the one-way is so oppressive as well. It's so difficult to push through as Enzo's found Khaled getting an opportunity in Garden, and the entire team barrels through immediately, but Kiko's up here with the Operator in hand. Second shot doesn't quite land as Outlaw takes him out. 3v3 now as they move across the map. And it feels like control of CT has been gained by the side of Falcons. Moving over to B here. Magnum will be waiting for them. Shadow spots another player.
Oh,
chaos.
And the lockdown coming through is going to have enough time to get this plant, but definitely a bit of an awkward position to be in, sadly, not going to be able to find the detain because that could have been huge. Now I'm going to have to buy time, I think, especially for Shadow, because look at Shadow's position on the minimap. He's the one who's going to have to find a crucial kill for Apex to take this.
His position's given away. He's going to be spotted out by Alvar here, but Shadow finds it anyway. Outlaw with 2, though. Suddenly Shadow alone against everybody.
And now they know.
1v2. They know exactly where he is, but is that enough? Oh, a great little grenade into Logs, and it sets him up for that one. And Mo, barely any HP, 10 to work with. A single stray bullet will finish the job. Doesn't know where Mo is, and Mo peeks out at the perfect timing. Falcons onto 10.
Mo with so much discipline in that situation to just wait it out, and then a great timing as we see Shadow peeking out, you know, behind his back, expecting maybe the wraparound to come through, but it didn't. And honestly, this kill doing so much, and then Kiko, I mean, hoping to find a second with the aggression, but that aggression ends up biting him and allows for the rotation over towards B, which is what led Falcons to picking up this round. And had Apex won that, that would have brought us right back to even. So I really think Apex is going to be kicking themselves for how that round went, but the spam going to be able to get a bit.
Yeah, got a tag onto Outlaw, but look at this fast burst onto the site, but Apex are good to try and stop it for now. Magnum got one as Mystic falls as well, and so just blasting away with the Odin and stops Outlaw as Magnum finds Khaled as well. It's a great little bit of defending, but Mo finding a headshot. It's the perfect spot for Magnum as he jumps up with the classic, but taken down by Mo in the end anyway. Now they move in, and look at that, gunned down. Shadow and Kiko finish the job. And that was a tie round. That was a close one with only 2 defenders remaining. But Apex stopped the fast aggression.
Magnum once again. 26 kills on this Killjoy so far. Seriously, having such a fantastic showing on this map. Him and Enzo buying so much time. Honestly, just dealing so much damage, right? Getting so much done, even if the rotations couldn't make it right away. Now bringing us 9 to 10 and still having things like the Hunter's Fury to work with will be matched by Khaled. And it looks like Falcons potentially going to position themselves to go for another play towards B. Of course, this time around not having the guns to work with, but Alvar, we've seen him. He's been on point with some of these kills with the knives. Can he do it again?
He's been absolutely phenomenal, especially in these eco rounds, especially when it's like the hero moment that will turn it into a play. But I feel like we set him up to fail a little bit there, Lyric.
We did. You know, we built him up. We believe. It's not our fault for believing. It's his fault for letting us down. As Kiko, he's showing that he's someone that can believe. That might have been a bit harsh. That one might have been a little bit rude. Yeah. You know what, Alvar? I still believe. I still believe.
It's Alvar's fault. I mean, like, we can't necessarily take responsibility for his play, like from a legal perspective.
From a legal perspective?
But I'll have to get in contact with my lawyer and see where we stand. No further comment at this time. Great little bit of defense. A bit of an eco bash, let's be honest, but ultimate denied as well. Is now round 21, 10 to 10. And this is what we were hoping for our second map, wasn't it? Falcons showing up, especially after the Lotus scoreline. Like, I was a little bit worried it was going to be the fastest day of the entire tournament. We're just going to see an absolute demolishing. But no, Falcons show up. They show us what they're made of. And look, now Rifle's on. Hunter's Fury still there as well. And a very appropriate time.
Honestly, all year long, there's only been 2 teams that have even able to get up to 10 rounds on Ascent against Apex. LPB back in Polaris, and then going like all the way back to January. Human Tripwires doing the same. Like, it's been crazy. Well, I guess they did lose to E-Masters, but that was just an outright loss. So that one, that doesn't matter to me. In a win, though, if Falcons doing something that hasn't been done often. Hell, even Gentlemates ended up losing 9 to 13. So Falcons putting up a better showing than even what the other team that have made it out of this group, right? Not even topping the group. Like, Gentlemates have made it into playoffs. So it's good to see from Falcons when we said the stakes for this match for them are really just showing up and trying to impress the world.
So, round 21. Let's see what they've got. Kiko with that ultimate, same for Enzo. We've seen a lot of sort of preemptive Hunter's Furies across the course of this tournament. Trying to use it not just for when you know that the players are there, but also to scout things out, to try and get early tags. Falcons heavy presence in A lobby right now. They've not made a single sound, but the stars coming out should give something away.
Full retake.
And there we go. Positions now known.
Yeah, full retake setup coming out from Apex, though. I want to see if Khaled's position has any impact on this round, but looks like he's going to get over here quickly. Is Enzo. Actually, both utilizing just Furies. One picked up for Khaled, actually one apiece.
Yeah. That's Furies used. Traded kills either way. Zalvar, great little position here. Could find an opportunity to make some magic happen, but spotted on the drone. Alarm bot should be denied, though, as he retreats. And Apex are starting to run out of time. Kiko traded out by Alvar here. As Alvar finding more as well. 3 on the board. Shadow alone, but Alvar's going huge. Alvar trying to save the day, taken out from behind. Last player in wine, and Shadow knows it. Finishing the job. Does he have time to find the defuse? I think he does. I think he's got
Yeah, Shadow showing up, winning out, taking it so slow to be able to isolate those last two because Alvar, my God, Alvar went insane in that round. You can see for Apex, the retake being a little bit difficult with their smokes being down, Mystic being the first one to fall, and then Alvar was finding 3. And sadly, with Spy playing so far back in Wine, not able to spot out the cross coming out from Shadow, and then winning out on those crucial duels. Heroes moments like that now. I mean, we've had this map in favor of Falcons now for quite a little while. Apex finally bringing it back to where we were earlier at the start when they were leading.
Yeah. I mean, you can see it's been 6 of the last 7 rounds for Apex to finally get themselves a lead again. After they started so dominant as well in the first half. But the operator here for Kiko, that should give Apex big old advantage here. Only a Guardian for Mo. We've seen Falcons do more with less. Look at Magnum hiding in the corner. Alvar taken down. It's a great little start for Apex, isn't it?
It is, and I want to see, you know, how far Magnum can get up the scoreboard with how many kills he's been able to pick up. Even now, kind of being the one to stay on B, where we can see Enzo playing towards spawn, ready to rotate, peeking out through mid, depending on where Falcons go. But Falcons still taking this very slow, just trying to fake some pressure towards B with Spy for now. And it seems like they're hoping to go for a bit of aggression on A, but Apex and how cool, calm, and collected, you know, we're used to them being, are ready for it.
Oh, but the rotation going to come through from Kiko. Changes his mind, and that's actually an ult coming out. It's Mystic. He cancelled it. He moved back over to A, and suddenly Apex, they've read absolutely everything that Falcons were bringing to the table. Bit of a rotation through mid here. Perhaps Spy can surprise someone, but it's not feeling like it'll happen. And 10 seconds on the round. They're just going to hold on to the rifles. Phenomenal defense once again from Apex. That will be not only map point, but series point for Apex. They've lost only 1 map in this entire group stage, and they are 1 single round away from finishing this group stage at 4-0 with only a single map loss. That is domination here in group.
And it's looking like it, Munch, because Falcons were all inning, hoping to win out that last round. Now look, 2 Bulldogs, a Guardian in hand. Not even going to have some key pieces of utility online, right? No Owl Drone, no C's, just... I think especially that Owl Drone is going to be critical, but even the C's could have been nice to set up for, you know, play with the Fragment or with the Shock Dart. Now we're going to see what they're able to get done, but it looks like for Apex, wanting to be a bit aggressive themselves is Enzo.
No. Oh no! Nearly gets Alvar as well, half HP remaining. And it's an imperfect buy to start with for Falcons. And you know, there's always that conversation of light armor versus heavy armor. When you're against Odin spam, heavy armor is always best.
They're really going to feel like the pain from that. And Enzo, what more can he get done? He's just going to find every wall he could spam to try to spawn out where they are. And now with this Owl Drone, they know exactly that they're here in mid, and they're ready for it. We're going to see Kiko starting to rotate now, but everything up to Shadow if he can win one of these opening duels.
Kiko's in the perfect spot to get any player trying to cross. Smoke will deny it, as they all just about get through in time. Everybody in market now as they start to move in. Spy moving aggressively forward. Mystic at the back of sight. Has to go huge here, has to protect his team and protect the round. He's still holding on in boathouse as they now push him and Spy takes him out.
Sadly,
finally.
The timing there.
Left.
That kill would have been so important for Apex.
Magnum found out by Mo as well. And maybe Falcons can keep this alive. Kiko and Enzo. 2v4, make it 2v3. Aggressive push coming out there as the Cosmic Divide now ends. But one's in main. It's so difficult to push in here. The spam coming through as they move in through the smoke, but Alvar and Spy shut it down. 11 on the board. We could go to overtime here. Lyric a single round away.
They were missing some utility. They didn't have the best guns. They lost the opening. I won't even say it was a duel, right? It was Enzo just, you know, smacking across the map with the Odin. But point is, everything was stacked against them in this round and able to make it work. Now, we'll have exactly what they need to work with. Funnily enough, still missing out on the Owl drone. But hey, at least they have better guns this time around. Only need 1 point for that Nightfall, which can get them onto site. And we're going to see how Apex want to change this one up.
Here.
This time around, not committing much to covering mid. Only going to be that alarm bot.
But I like the position of the alarm bot, right? Those shot bots aren't going to find it. However, Alvar will. Control of mid, gained. Smoke vanishes. Oh! Kiko's so close to finding that shot. My goodness, so close to going down as well. He'll get out with his life, but only just.
And now you can still see Falcons just poking and prodding everywhere on the map. We just saw a Prowler go out towards B main. But look at Magnum's position. Spy, okay, good. Still going to go to clear the angle. I was going to say, we've seen Magnum get kills here numerous times. It looks like it might be a bit of a split towards B.
Deploying drone.
He's been working quite well for Falcons.
Magnum and Enzo have to go so huge here. The only two players on the site, and the rest of the team pretty much playing retake. Magnum's already down, and Enzo's fallen as well. The Nightfall won't actually find anyone here, as, you know, the players had already died. 3v5 on the retake. Apex, they want to keep that record clean. They want to finish this before overtime. But is it going to happen? Mystic making noise. Mo's in the perfect position to punish him. Taken out from behind. And now it's Kiko alongside Shadow. Trying to make the magic happen. And Kiko gets the shot in. 4v2 now, as they have to make things happen fast. They're running out of time here. Shadow, the one to lead the charge as Kiko moves in, but Alvar finds his opposite man. Knives in play and finishes it off. Overtime, here we come.
Falcons keeping their, I don't know, we'll say like clout performance alive to try and push us to a map 3. But they're not playing for anything. They're in another tournament, but still, great to see them show up and exploiting mid. Exploiting mid has been what's been working out for them, right? Apex really having no player. Ban that, only utilizing the alarm bot the past few rounds. We saw earlier on, it was Kiko, the one who was manning that position with the op. And now, you know, as we go into overtime, Apex is going to be back on the attack. They did end up losing this half, 7-5. We're going to see if they can maybe bring it back to those first 2 rounds, which is where they were doing much better. They were being very dynamic with where they were able to hit, and it looks like might start off with a bit of pressure towards mid for themselves.
Feels tense. Falcons on the defense to start off overtime. An operator going to be picked up by Alvar. Glass cannon there. Does have to be a little cautious, as again, control of mid is the name of the game for the attackers. This time it's Apex on the attack as Alvar might just have his angle, and he does. Enzo peeking right into him, and an advantage for Falcons. A fantastic way to start overtime.
And look at the reposition coming through on the minimap from Outlaw. Oh, actually gonna end up backing off in the end, trying to reinforce A. So if Apex do commit to going through mid, they will have to answer Alvar's op, as he's pointing that one towards market right now. But it looks like the read's gonna be correct from Falcons. Apex wanting to make their way back towards A. Their main force is gonna be making their way through Cat. Not gonna have the same amount of information to work with the fact that Enzo is down, so no recon bolt to play off of.
Kiko, first one on the scene as he moves up behind Jenny here. Will be able to get past Mo, trying to hold the angle, but flashed up himself as Kiko jumps out, and he'll finish the job. Shadow with one, but Outlaw still in heaven, backs away, keeps himself alive. 3v2 for the retake.
No smokes for either side. Always such a critical part of the post plant. Hell, no flashes on Shadow either. Not a lot of util to work with, but definitely in favor of Falcons. You can see for now, though, Falcons wanting to take it relatively slow, maybe trying to buy some time for the hunt. There it is. It gets shot. V1, it's all up to Kiko.
Alvar steps out and takes it down here. Spy the 1v1 against Kiko. Kiko's been so huge for Apex all game long. Spots out the player. Playing around the box, playing around the dice. The shorty comes out and it's answered with a shorty of his own. Kiko makes the heroics happen. 13 rounds for Apex in a 4v5.
And it looked like Spy there, reminding Kiko, hey, a shorty, I've got one of those two, pulls it out, and ends up winning out in the shorty duel. And everything looked so good for Falcons to start this off. Hell, even in this post plant, like they having more util to work with. But Kiko, I think the most crucial kill was the pick he found onto Alvar. Because had Alvar not dropped down right at that time, you still would have had, I believe it was a C's for Spy, so still had like a little bit to work with, try and clear out some angles. But now, Enzo, how much can he get done with this Odin? A little bit.
Felt like they were all stacking up, but still behind the wall there. Tags, but no frags. Falcons losing a little bit. Does mean that these Phantoms are going to be extremely valuable on the defense for Mystic and for Magnum.
I love this because let's remember that Falcons are really abusing the lack of mid control coming out from Apex on their defensive side. This time around, going back to a setup we saw earlier, playing with both Shadow and Kiko.
Magnum loves these little corners, doesn't he? Playing in dog here. Trying to watch mid. But I don't know if he knows that they're about to push him on Cat. He's taken down, pushed forwards as, oh, Mystic! Oh, Mystic! That was insane. Teleports forward and now into 3v2. It feels like Apex might just have this one under wraps if they can finish the job. Kiko up in heaven, knows the player's there. Tailwind ready. Manages to dodge the recon dart as the spike goes down. They move forward. Khaled playing it wide here, but I think he's been spotted. Spy close, Khaled far.
Look at Shadow. I feel like Shadow's going to be the most crucial member for the side of Apex coming on through. Can he find anything? Waiting for timing to peek out.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, they got it, Munch.
This is his moment. Enzo gets the spray down and Shadow on the flank, like you say, makes the hero moment happen, but Mystic, the man of the hour on this play, such an aggressive teleport, and it pays dividends. Apex will finish the series 2-0, and they will finish the group stage with not a single loss, only losing one map the entire time.
Exactly what a lot of people expected to come out from Apex here at Ascension. You know, most people having them as that top dog, and they really have delivered. You know, we'll give a quick kudos to Falcons because they made them work for it on what was Apex's map pick. I mean, they brought them the distance, honestly having some really good reads and setups around mid and utilizing a composition that isn't meta. So it definitely feels like some members of Falcons, people got to keep their eyes out for it, you know, moving further into the year and especially into 2024. But still, the story's all about Apex. It's about them moving towards playoffs. Again, of course, they're already confirmed for. But now, with the fact that they've also cleared this series in a pretty dominating fashion, like, sure, this was close, but that 13-2 on Lotus still rings very vibrantly in my mind. Who can stop this team? Who can stop this team?
I'm not sure. Pushed to overtime, but they still finish off in style. Fantastic so far from Apex. I will say, on the topic of Falcons as well, shout out to Mo. I think Mo, for me, the MVP of that team across the course of the tournament. Like, the carry Astra, I'm getting DRX Mako vibes, honestly, coming out from Mo. He has had an insane tournament, and I really hope to see more of him in the future. But like you say, Apex, flawless across the course of this group stage. Only a single map loss, and that was against Focus, a team that knows them through and through, a team from their own region that's had so much chance to practice against them. Like, it's not surprising they can take a map against Apex. Like, this is domination across the group stage, and I cannot wait to see what they can do in playoffs.
Yeah, I agree, right? And hell, who even knows, you know, how the playoff bracket shakes out, but like, even if we get like a rematch against Gentlemates, seeing if Gentlemates with more prep can bring that back, or seeing how they stack up with teams in the other group. I think there's just a lot of exciting things for Apex on the horizon, seeing their map pool, seeing the fact that, right, different players can deliver. Magnum this time around, I mean, he really was the highlight. Kind of funnily enough, you were highlighting his start what he can do on Haven earlier, and now we didn't even need to get there. He just wanted to put up the MVP level performance on Ascent to make sure that Apex close out.
Yeah, absolutely insane stuff from Magnum. So many of those lurks going absolutely insane on it. Like, if there's one thing Magnum loves, it's a cubby. Any cubby on any map. Like, he will hide in it and he will get a 5K. Absolutely crazy stuff. And that's going to be our series done with. It was a much slower series than I thought it was going to be. After map number 1, I thought this might be the fastest game in the entire tournament, but managing to push us a little bit further. Great stuff, and commiserations to the Falcons. But Apex, they make it through as our first seed. That's it from myself and Luke. It's been a pleasure casting for you all here on the B stream. Next up will be Focus up against Kasse as our final matchup of Group B.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Ascension EMEA. We are heading into our second match of the day between two great teams that we have coming up. I'm Zach, and with me here is Ash. And Ash, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, and I'm looking forward to this matchup between Focus and Kase. Unfortunately, these two teams have been eliminated from the group stages, so today is definitely going to be for fun overall, and we're going to say a hello over to these rosters. On the side here of Focus, you've got Lime, Waddle, your boy Lewis, Juji, and KPZ. This team has had quite the week there, Zach, because they qualified through play-ins, so they honestly must be exhausted at this point.
Yeah, and even though unfortunately they won't be able to make it to that playoff stage, they've still managed to acquit themselves decently, I gotta say, being able to win at least one series with that before going out, looking to possibly get that second one. And we've seen some phenomenal plays come out individually from this team. Of course, Lime, your boy Lewis, both of them been able to hit some really nutty shots. And of course, on the opposite side, we have Team Kase, my home team, ¿Cómo estás? But no, jokes apart, again, they haven't had the greatest time over the course of this Ascension tournament. 0-3 so far, but they have a chance at redemption, Ash. And of course, this team, in fact, they are ex-VCT caliber. If you think about Aquila, is part of that original champions winning roster, so all those years ago. Looking to perhaps get back into that tier 1 scene, and maybe it might not be this tournament, but who knows in the future?
Who knows in the future? It's going to be all about how that does play out. But for now, unfortunately, it does come to an end right with this last day, of course. And with everything wrapping up as well, interestingly enough, both these teams ended up actually playing obviously the same teams, but in the exact same order within Group B. So they both faced up against Falcons last off. So they're on the side of Kase at the very least. They went 0-2 versus Falcons. Meanwhile, the Falcons matchup was actually the only one that you had just mentioned, Zach, that Focus were able to win out, that being a 2-1. So it gives you a little bit of an idea of what we can expect going into this particular match, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's less of a chance of qualifying for playoffs and more about keeping your honor alive and just having a little bit of fun before you head off for Ascension. I think that's how everybody feels about this particular matchup. But personally, I hope that Kase can at least find themselves a map, if not the entire series. Because so far, I think every single game that they've had, it's been unfortunately a 0-2 coming in for them. Looking at the veto for today, of course, that insta-ban is going to be Pearl coming out of Kase. Understandable, a map that I don't like either. And I'm personally very happy to not see that Harbor Viper comp kind of ruin my day as I try to cast it on those executes. So personally, I'm very happy. Thank you very much, Kase. Muchas gracias. I'll take that as a win for today.
You'll love to see it. Nothing too surprising there, of course. And then for the side of Focus, we can very much so anticipate this Ascent ban coming out throughout the entirety of Ascension. The past 3 days that they had played, it was Ascent and Haven every single time, with Ascent always taking that priority as that perma ban situation. So the first map we're actually going to be seeing coming out here is going to be Haven. This is Kase's pick, and how are you feeling about that, Zach?
I mean, like you mentioned, this is one of Focus's bans, so perhaps they're trying to tap into possible weaknesses that come out of this side. I think that Haven, it's a map that they have a very mixed result on. Sometimes they do really well, sometimes they just kind of let it flop, for lack of a better phrase. But the second pick that's coming out, which is going to be from Focus, it is going to be none other than that Fracture. Arguably a map where they have a much better record than on Haven, but despite that, this is the map that we saw them play against Focus, and they kind of had a this is the map that we saw them play against Falcons, and they had a pretty bad loss here, going down 6-13 on Fracture. So I don't know if they have any kind of plans happening on this, whether they've gone for hoping for a chance of redemption on this map, kind of cooking up some strats. And I'm very excited to see what this decider is going to be, because Bind is going to be out of the equation. That leaves Lotus and Split, and well, Lotus being taken out by Focus as well. I believe that our decider is going to be none other than Split, and I really do hope it gets that far, because this is a map that I always enjoy watching at the very least, with all the different team comps and the styles that we see on this map. It's exciting to cast.
Yeah, especially on Split, because it's one of those maps where you see the most comeback potential once you swap sides. Most teams being extremely dominant on one side of the map. And honestly, at this point, ever since the changes, sure, Split is still technically defenders sided, but I've also noticed that a lot of these teams often don't even necessarily understand how to handle that defense sometimes. Can get picked apart because of the lurking potential, especially if we're running that double controller composition and whatnot. So it'll be really interesting to see if we do manage to make it all the way to the end of the best of 3 there. But my curiosity is also going to lie in the fact that, sure, okay, we know the typical compositions coming out from these teams, specifically looking over towards Haven, that being our first map there for Focus. They've never wavered with that composition. It's been the very same standard Haven comp that everyone knows and loves. Meanwhile, for Kase, a little bit more innovation there. They throw out the Gecko sometimes that Neon as well, so that can shake things up. And all things considered, as we take a look at the head-to-head here between Lewis and the side of Yuri, sorry. What I was talking about there is the fact that it's opportunity for innovation, just to try things out when you got nothing to lose.
Yeah, and I think this head-to-head is pretty interesting to me because usually you do see that duelist versus duelist kind of stat coming up most of the time. But on the stream, at least, we have tried to make it interesting. We saw the Killjoy yesterday, we saw the controller the day before, and today it's going to be the Flex Initiator. Yeah, boy Lewis, of course, the IGL for the team, being able to step up huge in a lot of these eco rounds. We've seen some of those sheriff shots. That does not seem natural. Just kidding. But really, really crack player overall. And to do all of this while IGLing, that's extra impressive to me. Of course, on the opposite side for Kase, of course, we have Yuri. He's been pretty consistent over the course of this event. Personally, I do enjoy watching him on that fade, but I don't think I doubt we're gonna be really seeing that. But either way, head-to-head, these two players pretty similar statistic-wise. I just feel like if you compare how Focus and Kase like to play, Focus, they just have that extra bit of synergy when it comes to those executes. They're very methodical, and you know, sometimes you have these random pop-off moments individually, but they're very good at setting up and playing and making sure that the game proceeds according to the pace that they want it to go to, rather than letting their opponents control it. And I'm excited to see how Kase faces up against it, because so far Kase, I think their biggest struggling point has been them not being able to keep up with what their opponents are doing. Of course, it is the group of death, but still.
It is the group of death. That's like the perfect way to put it. Group B was just so stacked overall. And when it comes down to it as well, like you said, it can all be about that tempo sometimes and how you're able to respond to it. And speaking of Haven in particular, especially with the fact that we might see that Neon maybe coming out once again, coming from the side of Kase, it's the fact that, okay, that can really change things up. Miniboo has that opportunity to catch his opponents off guard with those kinds of timings, with the rotations, and as well with the extra explosivity they provide on site. But then at the same time, Zach, the worry with that is the remainder of Kase being able to follow up.
Yeah.
We are heading into Agent Select now. Focus versus Kase Esports again here for the final day of VCT EMEA Ascension, and taking a look back over towards these compositions that we're seeing coming through here for the side of Kase, at the very least. We're seeing what they've been trying out as of late on Haven. Their most current composition haven't changed anything up from the last time that they played this map up against Team Falcons. Meanwhile, though, on the Focus side, we have to take a look at the fact that for them, I'm pretty sure things are looking pretty darn similar as well overall. So very standard compositions for all of these teams. 100% composition pick there for Focus, for Kase about 60%. And we're starting out with Focus on the defense first, which overall on Haven is actually equal. Almost like 50% to 51% on the attacking side there for Focus. So nothing too different there, Zach.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Asian comps looking to be a little bit pretty standard, but that Harbor Viper that I'm looking at, like you mentioned, it should shake things up a little bit, at least against this team. Quite a bit of control available for Kase here. How that's going to shape up against a team like Focus is what I'm curious to see. Of course, very standard team comp coming out of them, and I want to see how exactly Jugi is going to be set up on this particular map because your boy Lewis has been phenomenal with finding the timing on those stuns and flashes to like kind of let the rest of his team step in and find those kills. He's been kind of consistent with that over the course of these past 3 days. And if he can continue doing that, maybe get another win for Focus, they might not qualify, but at least they'll have a very respectable standing.
All valid points to be made. Very quick entry already in towards Garage here.
Finished.
Very quick indeed. Focus Lime starting things off, finding that kill onto Miniboo, and they just have that C-side basically for free here, putting down some additional utility to make this retake setup look even more difficult. However, Kase, they're taking things very, very slow, going in for kind of that dual approach through B and Garage, it seems like.
Yeah, clearing out towards grass here. Great positioning for Roxy. Will be sought out in just a moment, though. And manages to find both, looking for the third, and all of a sudden, Focus, they've all melted away.
Lime, though, on that 3K, 1v2 clutch to try and level things out. Picks up that upgrade of a Ghost, tries to walk through that pit, that Viper orb, but now knows where the position of this last player is from that Focus side. They still don't have time to really go in for that defuse, though, as it is going to be Lime desperately trying to clutch it out, bait out these shots, but the clock is ticked down, and that will let Ease find that final kill with ease here as Kase takes that pistol.
Oh, nicely played there. Kase, a huge part in that being Roxy, finding that first pick in towards Garage grass kind of area. Then you got backed up on the wave, right? Just to follow up there with Kiles. And overall, just really nice map control, great speed up. I love the way that we've seen like the adaptation as Harbor has kind of finally found his way in the meta over the past couple of months. I know everyone was hesitant about this agent when he had first come out, but just like Viper with a very different hit for a controller, it took a little bit of time to find a specialty, and it's very much so that ability to scale up behind that cascade is where he shines.
Yeah, also really good in that post plan. Just walking through that cascade is going to slow you down, so you can take some advantage of timings, puts out a bit of additional utility, try to make that work out. And in this anti-eco, of course, it does seem like most of the cards are being held by Kase here. You see that Focus Clan kind of look to take mid control aggressively. Roxy watching for it, but it's going to be 5 players locking into him, and Lion with the Sheriff finds a huge opener. That's going to be a Vandal that they can possibly pick up here. The rest of the team heading for that A side, but Lime on a 3K once again. That Sheriff just doing so much damage, and now Kiles and Yuri alone in a 2v5.
Tough situation, all things considered, because this is the buy round of Kase. Focus even find a Vandal for themselves. Your boy Lewis, the one to pick that one up, and now looking to play that ball of death. Everyone's going to stick together, play that numbers advantage overall. And as far as this positioning goes, it's going to be tough for Kase to trade out.
Oh no, tries to go aggressive Yuri in the situation, but Kiles with that Vandal able to find 2 on the trade here. Now a 1v3 left to handle, will find another kill, but that will be it as Focus. They find that Thrifty successfully. Once again, Lime just finding a catastrophic damage off the back of that push from mid with that Sheriff. 3 kills on the round for him and a lockdown ready to go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's round 3 and the lockdown is up. That is huge, all things considered. And sure, Focus, they might not need to use it going into this next round, since it'll be Kase pushed onto an eco round, as they won't have a bonus to work with. Unless we do see them trying to force up in some sort of situation. Well, time will tell on that. It looks like they are toying with the idea. Roxy will be able to afford the light shield buy, so a hero rifle at the very least to carry over, and a possible win condition considering that Kiles also, with his own frags, is only 2 away from a lockdown of his own.
Yeah, might be able to farm it up, keep it up for the next round, or worst case, you know, use it as a win condition like you mentioned. But Kase so far, despite the slower buy, they still look to get a little bit aggressive. Take control of that orb on C long. That will let Kiles get closer to that lockdown like you mentioned. And now I think they're just waiting for some more aggression out of Focus. But Focus, they got what they wanted. They're happy to just play off the back of the utility here.
Yeah, you just got to play that time a little bit, Kase. Again, heavy mid presence favored for this team. You got Roxy looking for a solo mission, and that's dangerous because that's the hero rifle now down, unrecoverable as well.
Yeah, it's just going to be Lime holding down the fort as always. Finds that first blood towards Garage. Utility by the controllers put towards this B side of the map instead. And you can see Yuri eyeing that rifle. I really want to take it, but I don't want to die while taking it. I don't think he knows that the Garage area is kind of free right now. Ease, on the meantime, trying to walk up towards C long, but focus on. They already have that repositioning. Look at where there's. Look at the 3 players on that C site now, Ash.
Yeah, this is a huge read coming out. It could be all over as soon as Yuri swings this.
Vandal in hand. It's just going to be this player tucked away in the corner. Yuri doesn't check it though, unfortunately, and it will be your boy Lewis finding a kill before finally being shut down. Heelace with the Sheriff does manage to find some action, but once again, it's going to be Lime with the 3K. This man should be just called the 3K king at this point. I think that's the 3rd 3K in 3 rounds. What? Oh, wait, one of them was a flip.
Absolutely insane. Yeah, like 10-1 right now on your Sentinel. You couldn't ask for anything better on the defense, right? But that was a really, really rough call, to call it plainly there, coming out from Roxy. The solo push in towards Garage is just not worth the risk that it was to lose that hero rifle. Still, of course, going with the light buy, able to stretch that money and find the full loadout here for Kase. And again, same mid control that's favored. Juji does have the op in hand this time around, keeping a hold here on towards A lobby.
Yeah, they're looking to go aggressively into Garage, but the spam from your boy Lewis will take down Boo. And once again, the duelist is the one to go down first, making this entry so much more harder. And there was no potential for a trade either. Now, Kile still has that lockdown. They might look to get aggressive towards that A site, try to use that Cascade and that Skydog to scale up here, but it's not really going to deter Yugi from going off of this angle. Still going to be holding strong with that Operator.
Oh, and with the rotation coming in as well, this could be Spike lost, but a great Cascade to deny that vision. Guiding Light ensures some information's garnered as well. Remainder of the team, though, including both controllers, are still working towards this mid side, looking to pull those rotations with focus, holding strong and steady.
Oh, that Harbor Wall will get that lockdown out of play here, baiting it, making it think that it's going to be a C execute, but instead it does seem like B is going to be that point of contact where they really want to go. Already you can see how far Kase have scaled up here. A bit of an awkward interaction, caught with your knife, but it's going to be your boy Lewis with 2 towards the end of it, getting detained as well, and he has his teammate for cover. Yuri trying to kind of convert that lockdown, find a kill at the very least, but it will just be denied as focus. They bring themselves up to 3. And once again, the economy for Kase, it's not very good.
Yeah, definitely on the back foot in this situation, and I believe 3 ult points needed to get the Blade Storm online, so not really even an eco ultimate to kind of put your hopes onto. You might expect it to come out had it been only 1 away, but all things considered, though, the half eco buy from Kase, they're on the brink of a couple pretty important ultimates here, so you could look to just try and shop around, try and bolster that ultimate economy for your next full loadout situation. But the Trailblazers not going to find anything. No one is home focused, fully backing off, playing for the retake.
Yeah, they do get the site completely for free. Roxy trying to get that spike down should succeed. There's no Hunters for really invested to try and stop it, although that Shock Dart will do a little bit of chip damage. Now the Recon to boot does spot out 1 player. Could get wallbangs if they had an Odin, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. Now the 5 players are looking to kind of time this perfectly. Even with these Sheriffs, it's still going to be quite threatening. The stun is perfect, but Kila is more than aware of it. Will be able to find a trade with the Stinger. These rifles, though, doing absolute work here. Things down to a 3v3. Smokes have gone down. Waddle in the corner. Boo in his own smoke. Able to peek out and find a huge kill. However, Waddle finds 2 more on the round. It's all down to Roxy in towards that heaven area. Giving away his position. Waddle just trying to stick that spike and will be able to do so. Oh, that's a nasty round.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. The reposition in towards heaven is just such a no-go with the default plant, right? Not even really opportunity to try and wallbang, because sure, while the Radiant Knight boxes may be paper thin, when you do see the canvas on top of it, it actually has a more penetration that you require, and I don't even think at that angle is able to wallbang through overall. So for Kase, I'd say I'm anticipating maybe some sort of timeout to come out soon with Focus earning those 4 rounds in a row. And all of that, of course, off the back of stealing that anti-eco away.
Oh, Hunter's very committed to try and find an early kill, but this early aggression from both Lime and Juki is going to be horrendously punished as Keyless is just so aware kind of what you expect to see out of that championship caliber player. Has his own individual great moments. Now Seeker's invested by Kasi as they try to scale up on this side. Unfortunately, going to be denied that additional bit of information. And it's just going to be the Omen finding these kills, getting a reposition as well. And Kasi, they know that this A side is heavily guarded, so they're just backing away.
Yeah, from the shadows out towards the CT side. So pressure now to be put onto Kase as they're looking for the plants here towards the C side. And that spike down as well. Nothing you can do when your boy Lewis is here to clean up. 5-1 here. Focus. It just... For Kase, they have not been able to find themselves on the front foot whatsoever. Finally seeing the timeout maybe coming through here. I do know that we saw the screen go a little bit gray there, so that's what I'm anticipating for the beginning of the next round. But overall, Zach, right off the momentum that Focus found, just stealing away that anti-eco. I know I already mentioned it before, but Kase haven't been able to find an answer since.
Yeah, they've just been stumped at every juncture, and even that last shot, if you think about it, right? It was a 3v5 after those first 15 seconds. Keela is able to go huge, find 2 kills right off the bat, but despite that, Kase, they try to go in for that A hit, put down the Seekers, are denied any information, and try to rotate over, but again, Focus, they're just so aware of the possibilities here. Already you have your boy Lewis on side that from the shadows, invested by KP to kind of rotate over and provide that additional backup, and Lewis is phenomenal with his utility as always. Perfectly timed flash, gets a kill through the smoke, swings out on the opposite side, catches Kase with their pants down, and just denies a spike from even being planted so far. I think that out of these last 5 rounds that Focus has won, Kase have gotten the plant exactly once, and it's a testament to how good Focus are being on their defense.
Yeah, Focus, I mean, they just have an incredible synergy together. You also have to take into consideration the fact that even though they didn't qualify throughout their own region, VCL Polaris was one of the toughest competitions overall. Both times they fell in grand finals to Apex, right? 1-3, but still being that second seeded team overall in that region tells you a lot about how they are a tough contender to play up against.
Now once again, it's going to be an eco situation for Kase. Lime trying to get the spam through, but instead it's going to be Lime was tagged up quite a bit here. Finally gets a kill for his troubles, but will be left on 3 HP to boot. Does have some backup though from your boy Lewis, and in the meantime, Juki has already pushed out of A. Finds that kill onto Keyless, who has been historically lurking around this mid area. Again, no damage being done. Not a single player going down for the side of Focus, who are just still looking very healthy, and except for Lime, of course, and they have quite a bit of control.
Screen down.
Oh, look how split these two players are. E's trying to find something. Lime low, like you said, but there's a crossfire in this situation. It'll be a 1-2 swing to take down E's.
Oh, spots.
Maybe not. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe you just see the barrel.
Yeah, I like how your boy Lewis was watching for it. Probably called it, but by then it was just a little bit too late. At least for their troubles, they finally managed to take down Lime. Took like 3 players to tag him up, but nevertheless, it's a huge kill. And now Yuri in a 1v4 with the Bulldog in hand. Not going to be able to do anything as Yugi, despite not watching the angle, will be able to at least get that final kill. Focus now on 6 in a row for them. And Kase, they have to kind of slow down here, figure out what they can do. They have that lockdown once again from Keyless, who has been playing out of his mind, but...
I think the difficulty here is also that you see the continuous conditioning coming out from the side of Kase, right, on their attack. You see the same toxic screen that gets thrown out to allow that lurky kind of passage in towards a short, if you so desire, from a lobby, and cuts off a portion of that A-link as well for the B presence. And then you always see the same harbor high tide wall coming up over towards Garage. This time, though, Cascade is going to be used to scale up as we're looking at more of this A kind of split, and Yugi is suspicious of the fact that there could be a player crept up in towards short, finds that there's nobody yet.
Yeah, they're gonna force out this recon drone to figure out where these players are. Finally, Boo able to find that first blood here, taking down KP. No more smokes for the rest of the round, and Jugi has pushed up here. Does spot out the head of Yuri, but not able to connect the shot, so that's once again going to be 2 early on kills found by Kase here over the course of this round. The spike itself not looking like it's going to be committed towards this A site quite yet, though. They are considering that factor. And the problem here for Kase is that despite having these 2 early kills, there's still going to be a heavy presence out of focus on the site.
I think what's also difficult here is that you only have Roxy's information to really play off of. There's no recon initiator for the team to actually find that coveted information. You're relying on the guiding light on the Trailblazers, both down now.
Oh, it's going to be the Reckoning coming in, forcing Waddle to kind of waddle around here as Roxy finally shuts him down. Your boy Lewis able to at least find the trade, but now it's all down to Lime here. Killjoy versus Killjoy, both the top fraggers for their teams, but it will be Keyless coming out on top to find Kasi their first round in a very long time, thankfully for them.
Much needed round there for Kase. Overall now, they do have a couple ultimates to work with, specifically eyeing that lockdown coming out from Keyless as an opportunity to open up an execution on site or even into a post-plant situation, staving off that pushback in. But for Kase, the concern has more been about actually securing that plant. They've only been able to do so a couple times at this point. Otherwise, most rounds all fully shut out. Up-down positioning this time, and Waddle just gets sprayed down through that smoke.
Yeah, really good predictive play coming out of there for Kase. They're looking to get pretty aggressive on this A side in these last couple of rounds, and it's been paying off for them. Them being able to find a kill, punish that aggression coming out of Focus themselves. And the problem for Focus is that they kind of have to play to prevent that spike from going down in the first place, because Yugi has an op in his hands. It's going to be a bit more difficult to try and deal with it. And yep, it's just going to be a dry peek from Boo, instantaneously punished there. And 4-4, we're back to even Stevens.
Concern into this round is the lack of map control right now from Kase. They really only have grass and the outside of a lobby, and KPZ looking to sneak up. The alarm bot is going to make Keyless wise to that plan. It'll be a reposition situation here for KPZ, and Kase looking to reclear.
KPZ trying to play aggressive for that information, does spot out a barrel, so we'll at least have that information that there is some presence around this A side. Trailblazer invested to clear out the short area, does spot out the Omen, but a beautiful stun from your boy Lewis along with that smoke. It's going to make things even more difficult. Lockdown forced to go down a little bit back there. That's going to leave some space on site for your boy Lewis to play around here, and he's taking full advantage, trying to kind of play around this angle, finds that first kill, has the backup, repositions in the corner, and East finally finds that kill, but Lewis still sticking around, still alive. Yugi with the operator chiming into boot, and it's just gonna come down to Keyless, who has been phenomenal, but a 1v3 is too much, even for him to stomach, as Focus finds 7.
Seems like for Kase, the plan often just revolves around that mid presence that we had seen previously, and then they shifted, of course, over towards that A site afterwards this time around, but they don't do too much poking and prodding on the other side of the map. It's very much so one side focus, whether it's the right side or the left side. And that means that for Focus, at the very least, they can just sit pretty comfortable with Lime's utility, just watching over towards that C long, pull those rotations as needed, move very fluidly across with their positionings.
They're looking to get very aggressive into mid, though. Once again, it's going to be early information coming out of KP here. Does have the backup on the breach, and it's going to force Kase to reconsider their positioning, going towards the C side of the map instead. Lime hears all of this and will be falling back to try and play off that utility, but Kase, they slow things down and they're left kind of abandoned.
Yeah, and again, it's that situation of, okay, they focus towards mid, sure. Focus look to show that presence as needed, but then now play towards those extremities. Lime now pushing up towards C long makes the read even easier. Focus can feel confident that nearly all of Kase will be towards this A side, so we're really relying on ease to find value with this lurk.
Yeah. Especially that Viper Split being a point of contention here, not going to be available on that site, so the rest of the players, they're going to have buy enough time for that flank to come in. Operator denied, though, from Yugi as Boo finds that crucial kill. Waddle now trying to find a little bit of additional information as to where these players are positioned on site as his flank finally kicks in here. KP finds a kill, and oh, the trigger discipline out of ease, managing to dodge the turret, but the kills are still coming through on site here. This lurk might be just a little bit too late as you finally see ease kicking in, half the diffuse already being stuck, and KP might be able to get it all the way here.
No way.
All this utility and spam coming in. It will be another round for Focus. Oh, no way.
What a clutch coming out from KP. That to just sit in the snake fight in that situation And like you said, it just was a little bit too late on the timing. Sure, Ease managed to find a couple picks, but the disconnect here, that's heartbreaking. This is actually so heartbreaking to watch. I can't. The replay, it genuinely hurts. And we've only got 2 more rounds left into this half now, and snowballing abound here for Focus with their ultimate economy.
They have so much ready to play with. The only good thing for Kase is that they're pretty close to a couple of ultimates of their own, like those Seekers, for example. We might see that coming into play. And this A side, once again, this retake setup has been working out quite well for Focus on this A side, and they're happy to let that be, especially since they have that lockdown of their own. So Spike will go down, so will this Viper's Pit, but for what use?
I mean, the pit's nice because it forces the defenders to push in really deep through, but again, with that lockdown, like you said, it just makes it that much more difficult. Miniboo tried to find something through it, and now it's going to be a race back here towards site.
Yeah, already Kase forced to play off site. Diffuse trying to come through, and the Blade Storm not connecting, but the rest of the players still find these kills. Waddle with 2 of his own here. Now Roxy from long, trying to make things work out. Will connect his shots. Waddle has gotten 2 already, but will have to go huge in this 1v2 to try and isolate these fights. Can't quite connect the shots, and Kase, they find their 3rd round in this half, finally, off the back of those heroics of the last 2.
Around that was looking pretty dire for them, if we're going to be completely honest, with that lockdown and forcing them out of the pit in that situation. But man, what a way to bring it back. However, for Focus, they only needed to use a couple of those ultimates into the last round, have preserved the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury for now. Has that potential to take it to 9 before we head towards half. And overall, Kase, they found their groove a little bit more with that poking and prodding across different sides, and this is one of the first times that we're seeing them, if not the only time actually, that they're actually full hitting towards the C side aside from the pistol.
Yeah, they've kind of been conditioning Focus to expect that quick A hit coming out in these last couple of rounds. It's what they've been doing, but the C presence not going to find much of a reward here. The Guiding Light does come out, doesn't quite detect KP in that first hit, and now KP just trying to scale up here, find a little bit of value, listen for the sounds, and it does seem like Kase, they still want to at least give signs of this A presence, but oh, this lurk could be so huge. KP just walks up and finds a kill on Roxy.
Okay, mid control though, this time in the hands of Focus. They're gonna have to back off. Reckoning does come out as well for that zoning potential, as Miniboo looks to take space here towards site, but it's an aggressive push towards CT. Luckily, that tailwind is propped.
Able to get away with this life there. Lewis finding the first kill with a sheriff of all things here. Despite this lesser weapon for Lewis, he's still able to have quite an impact. Once again, you see East try to come in on this lurk play. Unfortunately, the spike still hasn't gone down. Keyless finds a kill, but immediate trade through coming in. Now the spike, it will have to go down on this A side. No potential for rotation. They expect the lurk as well, and Waddle just finds that kill with that perfect timing. Boo, already having done so much over the course of this round, won't be able to do anything else as Waddle once again will find that final kill for that cleanup. A 9-3 half. It seems like we're just cursed with 9-3 halves, Ash.
We'll see. We'll see how things do play out, but it has been a pretty one-sided first halves of the map for the past few games that we did get to cast yesterday at the very least. But at least going into this one here, Kase, of course, it's the same kind of story. They need to find this pistol round, right? Keep Focus off of double digits for as long as possible. And they get to shift things around here on the defense, where their composition does shine a lot more. They have much more of that stalling ability, that potential to just cut off lines of sight. Because I think on the attacking side, we were lacking a little bit of that coordination with the util as well.
Yeah, Boo just kind of struggling to find those entries. You do see some flashes coming up, but a lot of the time you saw the dry peaks coming in, and it's just been Focus punishing the mistakes of Kase as much as Focus are coordinated themselves. But like you mentioned, now this Viper wall on site, trying to buy a little bit of time here, but if this Omen smoke goes, it's going to make things very, very difficult. You were able to find that first kill, though Jugi immediately gets a crucial trade. Still 2 players on the C side, though the shots aren't quite connecting, and Focus, they take both players down without too much of a trouble. Getting that plant down finally.
Just a little bit of unawareness here for the side of Kase, leaving grass completely unattended and then being a bit surprised when you get that backstab coming through. Trailblazer tries to come out here. Boo. Opportunity for 2. Can't find anything.
Yeah, now it's gonna be Roxy, 1v4, 1v5, gets that first kill, but the stun is just a little bit too much to deal with, as once again your boy Lewis with the utility coming up huge, getting that final kill as well, and kind of seems like the end of the road here, Ash, for Kase.
Okay, I don't want to... Man, it's not... You're not wrong. I feel like they do feel a little bit lost right now in what we're just, like, seeing at the moment. Just the fact that those minor mistakes that teams at this level should not be making or coming through does tell a little bit of that story. And of course, again, there's no stakes on this matchup either. So for these teams right now, they're playing for that experience. They're playing for those reps against each other and for a taste versus these different regions.
Yuri with the Sheriff able to at least find that first one. Roxy with a second as well. So, oh my god. It's supposed to see stack with 3 players and it's paying off huge as each of them find a kill off the back of that Sheriff. Spike gotta be dropped at a kind of awkward angle, forced to commit one of those dark covers to be able to retrieve it. And there's gonna be a very early rotation coming out of Kase, kind of expecting this A push to come out. But all things considered, remember, that was a FPX buy for the side of Focus, so they can just pick up those rifles and get back to being chill.
Oh yeah, huge opportunity here. Sure, Turret will spot that first point of contact with KPs that looking to push on in. And if not, it's going to be the side of Kiles who's going to hear the dark covers come through. Right now, rotation here back towards CT side. Nano actually placed down to pop once that plant does happen. If they do seek it out, yeah, will just happen. Safe plant here for Lime, and now Kase just have to play together on this retake.
4v2 situation. A couple of the players looking quite low for the side of Kase, but numbers advantage, they should still be able to work with it. The problem is that there's almost no information as to where these players are coming from. With all the time that has gone down, they have to be very careful about the possibility of a flank as well. Guiding light to make sure if anyone's playing aggressive. Paranoia ready to go here for KP. Gonna be that first point of contact. Does connect it with players, but not able to convert the kills off the back of it. Forced to use yet another dark cover here. Lime and KP, though, with the spray down. Huge kills coming through. It's all down to Keyless. Not much to work with, and it will be KP with a 3K to save this round for Focus. 11-3.
That's the thing that I don't really understand. Again, it's the utility usage and the coordination on the side of Kase. You called it. The guiding light comes out, but then for Kase, they wait like a whole 3 seconds before pushing off the back of it. And then at that point, there's no value that really comes from it in that situation, because KPZ just gets to sit pretty, wait, hold that paranoia, and then let that loose once they start funneling through and buying that time for the team. And now, for Kase, if they can't earn this next round, it's essentially GG.
Pretty much. Two rounds away for Focus from stealing away their opponent's map pick here, and they look extremely confident, as they should after the kind of game they've been having. You see Yugi kind of leading that charge towards his garage area. In fact, it seems like they're so confident that I've noticed your boy Lewis has been playing only Sheriff for the last few rounds, so giving himself a little bit of a nerf there. Kind of too dangerous to contend with in his true power, it seems like.
Oh, well, I mean, we saw what the Sheriffs did. I'd be scared too, personally. But now, okay, Spike's starting to move over towards that A side. You've got a lurk situation here from Lime as well. Taking out Roxy is huge because he is the enabler for these retakes on Kase.
Yeah, that's a kill that's definitely they're gonna be pretty happy about. Now Boo, the only one left on site, not gonna be tagged by the recon, kind of playing down towards that short area of the map instead. And you do see that Waddle kind of expects able to find a huge kill there, and that will leave the side much weaker. Helix finds 2 before finally being shut down by your boy Lewis. And now the last player tries to push out through CT, will be denied, and it will just be ease in a 1v3. Does have a rifle at the very least, but this is gonna be so difficult on this retake, considering the positioning of and the awareness coming out of these Focus players. Your boy Lewis in that corner, that first point of contact, the turret watching as well, so instantly they know where exactly this last player is, and just isolating these duels, it's gonna be impossible. Your boy Lewis with that rifle finally finds a headshot, and match points for Focus on their opponent's map.
Match point.
It's all that coordination. You even see it there, the preparation for those swings, the timings on the side of Focus, and it tells you why they are the ones to watch here in this particular match. Kase being a bit of the underdogs in this situation. Right now, I mean, they're going to have to force up with everything that they've got on the Kase side, and it's not going to be much. And a late second timeout, in my opinion, to come through here, as if Kase want to turn it around, that is the tallest mountain to climb. 9 rounds in a row would be necessary, and from what we've seen so far into that first half and into this next one, it doesn't seem feasible here on Haven.
Yeah, definitely. Statistics not working out in their favor, I gotta say. Despite this being one of Focus's perma bans and Kase having a decent record on this map, it's just not enough for them to really overcome. And if you look at that scoreboard, that tells the entire story. You have Keyless doing everything he can, pulling out absolute heroics. 17 kills for him, but that's more than the next two fraggers have together. The entire team just seems to be struggling against what is a very coordinated, very strong front coming out of the side of Focus here. And your boy Lewis, 3 rounds in already, having that Rolling Thunder ready to go, charging up a lot of those ultimates. And for Kase, unfortunately, you can't quite say the same.
No, I do almost wonder if Kase is trying to use this as an ability to like kind of experiment here on Haven, considering the fact that since Split 2, they have only had about that 20% win rate overall, and it's definitely much more a focus-sided map as far as the number of reps and that win percentage goes here on Haven. And already you're looking at all of this A lobby control. Kase have completely walked up.
Lime, though, kind of aware of it, just waiting for anybody to peek out. That turret kind of watching as well, so Guiding Light will be invested to try and let E scale up maybe a little bit more, but they're just kind of holding down the fort, not wanting to get too aggressive. 4 players, in fact, stacked up from Kase towards the C side, and Keela is all alone here. It does seem like Garage is that point where they want to hit. We'll have to pull off some absolute heroics to keep this from just swinging completely in favor. Now Rolling Thunder invested to boot. Keela is caught by it. Huge headshot coming out of Yugi, and that's going to leave the C-side completely exposed.
Oh, completely exposed. A free plant here for Focus and a retake game for Kase. And that's one Guiding Light just completely with there in towards Garage, not able to be utilized. So no information to be garnered with utility for Kase's side.
And if you look at this post plan coming out of Focus, they're more than prepared for it, watching every single angle. Finally, Roxy able to find a trade here, but Focus, they know how close they are to victory. All they have to do is keep the spike from being diffused. 3v2 situation in their favor. They're just trying to hold on for dear life here. Waddle watching the CT smoke will find the kill, and KP will close it out. 13-3 for Focus, a dominating show on their opponent's map, and it makes me really wonder, why do they ban Haven so much?
I'm actually not too sure. I think overall with Haven, at the very least, maybe felt it wasn't one of their strongest maps, or something that they didn't want to see too often. They have mixed results here on Haven, right? I feel like for Focus, in the past, it's either been pretty dominating and convincing wins on Haven, or they experienced exactly what they did to Kase, right? So it's kind of that give and take of maybe it feeling too inconsistent of a map for this team, and that's why we saw it banned up against opponents that they thought were a bit stronger and above their level to try and even that playing field.
I don't know about this. Kase, they've had a pretty bad showing over the course of Ascension, unfortunately for them, even if they were able to overcome the odds to win Split 2 and become the champions of the Spanish League. Unfortunately for them, they aren't quite able to measure up against their regional counterparts, and this map, it tells a very sad story, of course. Keyless on that MVP score, 17 kills to his name. I think he also had like a third or fourth round lockdown, but just the rest of his team lagging so far behind. Considerable team diff coming out. Like, sure, Yugi wasn't able to pop off, but he was able to find considerable impact on those entries, even if he went down right after. And your boy Lewis, in fact, the MVP for Focus, really clean shooting coming out of him, but more than that, just amazing utility out of that breach, what he's really well known for, and the IGL of the team as well. It's really fantastic to see a top frag that's an IGL, an initiator player, and not exactly who we usually expect to see on that scoreboard.
No, I mean, that's juggling a lot at once, right? With all of those roles and the ability to just perform in that situation is such a great story to be told. And then you kind of compare that over towards Roxy, who has been falling flat throughout the entirety of Ascension, the IGL on the side of Kase. It leaves a couple questions there, and we did lack a little bit of that dynamicism over on Haven. But overall, Zach, I think this does definitely set the tone here for this matchup. So you guys, we're going to toss to a quick break before we come back with map number 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Ascension EMEA. We're still in the middle of that best of 3 between Kase and Focus, and I'm Zach, and with me here is the wonderful Ash. To recap, for those of you who are just coming in, map 1, which was Kase's pick, concluded 13-3. Unfortunately, not in their favor. There were a lot of moments that made you go "¿Qué pasa?" the entire time. But Ash, what are your thoughts?
It was rough. It was really a difference in coordination, I think, and mechanics overall, to be honest. It seems like Kase is having a bit of an off day, and Focus is just on right now. They are hitting the shots they need to hit. And then for the side of Kase, unfortunately, just not able to land those. And it's also has to do with that synergy that's lacking for the side of Kase, where they aren't having that same kind of coordination that we're seeing out of Focus in their utility, in their swings.
And with map number 1 being concluded in such a sad way for Kase, this is kind of their last chance at redemption here. So far over the course of this group stage, they have won a grand total of 0 maps, and this is their last chance to kind of keep that narrative from going down and bring themselves back. The good thing for them is that this is a map where the one time that you did see Focus play on it, they lost to Falcons. It was 6-13, and it was a pretty bad loss, but Kase as well, when they played it against Apex, understandable, it's Apex, but it was also a 13-3, which Apex won very handily. So Focus, they're kind of, it seems like they're having fun here. Lime on that Yoru here, Ash.
Hey, yo, wait, okay, so we're in for a good time, but the thing is, at least for this composition, this is nothing new. Focus like to run a double duelist composition here on Fracture, the only team to pull out the Neon and Yoru together as well. So that calls for a lot of chaos. And I think what's really cool about this comp as well is the fact that Yugi can go in hot and heavy, Lime can throw out those flashes to help set Yugi up on top of the relay bolts, try to TP in, find some interesting positioning. And that's scary here for Kase because the coordination is what was Kase's downfall on Haven.
Yeah, Kase going for a little bit more of a traditional comp that you expect to see on this map. Of course, Kiles was the only one really putting up the numbers in that last game on that Killjoy, shifting over to that Cypher role. And with them starting off on defense, he might be able to kind of get a couple of rounds off of Heroics by himself, but the rest of Kase, they're gonna have to kind of step it up here. Very underwhelming game coming out of Blue and Roxy in particular in that last map, and with them switching over to a bit of more aggressive roles, of course, that Raze and in particular that KO, they're gonna have to wreak a little bit more havoc to make sure that Focus don't run away with another 2-0.
On top of that as well, the concern that we also have here for Kase is the fact that Fracture is another map where you need a lot more of that coordination on. I want to see them tightening up their utility usage, using it in combination with each other, because in that last map that we just saw on Haven, we saw inconsistencies there. Util would be thrown up, and then a lack of follow-up until just a few seconds later. And for Focus, into this pistol round, they're playing as one whole unit, but there's a fault line poised and ready here from Yuri.
They're just walking up to, so Isa's not going to get any of these sound cues. Does get the headshot, but Yugi able to trade it out with perfection. Tries to go for that re-swing off the back of that stun, but unfortunately Yuri only able to get one numbers advantage. Still kind of in favor of Focus here. Now Lime TPing in. Another player caught by the Haunt. Will be trying to desperately stay alive. Boo with the Sheriff, but will be denied as Lime just TPs closer and gets that kill in his favor. KP will be able to get the spike down. Does not even take much damage with the spam, and now this is going to be a very awkward 2v4 retake on this pistol.
Yeah, this is kind of tough. Split up as well. Roxy only has one flash to work with. Sure, a couple seconds until the 0 point is up to deny some of that util. But overall, doesn't find anything in towards A main so far.
And if you look at how this post plant is being played by Focus, they're extremely split up here with the player towards drop as well. Roxy able to find that huge opener, but Lime immediately able to trade it out. And of course, poor Killis puts down the cage, but caught by the Haunt, and Lewis will be able to just spam him through that cage smoke. First pistol once again going in favor of Focus. I mean, last time Kase did win it out, but Focus this time, they start things off early, take that pistol, and looked very convincing while doing it.
Yeah, and that's a bit of the timing situation as well in towards Dish there. I think that the overcommitment to that swing coming out from Ease is not something that you even want to see your controller player committing towards. The controller player should be one of the last players alive on your team, ideally every single round, right? Just because of how valuable that cover is and how you can't... What is the lineup that I just witnessed?
Oh, they try to, you do see East try to put up the smoke, charge up that orbital strike a little bit more, but once again, this heavy presence towards that drop area is going to be rewarded as Focus, they're just able to swing out and get a kill. Now Yugi being pushed by 3 players, Roxy with the Sheriff finds a huge opener here, but that rifle is going to be retrieved by KP, still fighting to stay alive, pushed by 2 players. The Classics are enough to do damage, but on the opposite side, Lion just comes around and will clean house there. Sure, they might lose out on a Guardian, but they're still going to be able to hold on to both of these Vandals in the next round.
Really strong bonus to come through, and with the FPX by Focus, they get to force all the way up. So it's going to be a head-to-head situation here, and stronger on the side of Focus, if you will, just considering the shield situation. Meanwhile, Kase, I mean, they both favor doing the light shield as far as like stretching that economy a little bit, and they're also forced to for a few of these players overall. But 2-3 split, much more standard look into this attacking round coming out from Focus. Shifting gears, Kase looking for that space over towards A.
Once again, a bit of heavy drop presence already. It's going to be that Yoru available. He will handle this indeed as Lime just charges forward into side, manages to clear it out completely. And now they know exactly where these 2 remaining players are. Perfect paranoia to catch them both off guard here. And Lime capitalizing fully to find that first kill. Boo desperately trying to fight for his life there. The spam will, however, connect and find that 1-for-1 trade. Although it's just going to be even Stevens all the way around. Finally, Roxy taking down KP there is huge. Spike now dropped onto site in an awkward position. Focus desperately trying to retrieve it here, and it will be that perfect smoke from the Viper to enable East to kind of just hold that angle isolated and get these kills. Kase, they find their first, and without too much economic damage.
Must-need round for them beforehand on Haven. In the first half, we saw Kase fall after winning out that pistol round onto their anti-ego. And since then, they had been on that back foot. So for Kase, sure, maybe they didn't earn that pistol round, but still trying to find that footing in that kind of sense, get a grip on things here. As we look into this next round, another shuffle around. We're consistently seeing now Yuri and Boo being this duo together and already shut down Boo. First blooded. It's a similar situation that we saw on Haven. Boo's not just able to even stay alive to help out the team.
Yeah, tries to go for that satchel peek, but again, just that expectation, that read coming out of Focus to just set KP up to try and get those kills. Yuri, though, able to find the timing with that swing onto Lime there. I don't know if he was able to spot out the second player. Does know now that Lewis is also kind of lurking around there. And Focus, on the other hand, they have the information that it's going to be 3 players kind of set up towards this B side, so they're happy to just rotate around, but Keyless is just waiting for them.
And we've seen Keela is an anchor. This is the player that you want on your side to be that solo, to keep things on a hold. But the split through sand makes it a little bit more difficult. Won't be walking directly through this trip setup. Oh, this has gotta hurt. He tanks so much! He tanks so much, and for what?
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Shut them down.
I'll find you.
Overall, though, into this round, unfortunately, it seems like we did lose Zach for a moment, so I'll just be taking over solo for now. But your boy Lewis looking to keep a hold on things. Roxy found him, tagged up just a little. And now it's a crossfire situation. Roxy has to isolate at one at the very least. Knows that it should be towards CT. Looks away, though. A false sense of security that Waddle has lulled him into. Focus now. 3-1 on this first half. And thus far, racking up some big ultimates on the side of Kase at the very least. I believe that is the orbital strike as well as the null command available. Zach, it's kind of tough in this situation. Focus are just really working the map well.
Yeah, they're just playing for excellent control and being rewarded for it because they have an expectation. They really watch some watch. They know that, for example, Boo likes to go for the early satchel play, that aggression, and they're just lying in wait for it. Now, though, once again, you see Roxy this time going for a little bit of a peek without any kind of flash, any kind of zero-pointer information, and it's just got to be kills coming through for that Focus side. Kill is able to at least find one of their own, but Waddle capitalizing on that fake clone, able to find yet another kill on that site. That's going to make sure that the spike will go down. And you do see Boo, the only player with a rifle to try and make things happen here, immediately taken down by your boy Lewis, who jumps down ready for that second kill as well. And Focus, they get to 4. It just looks so rough for Kase. Focus, they are being very methodical about their hits, but they're also taking so much space so quickly that Kase just have no answer.
I think the other thing to mention as well is the team composition, of course. Sure, Focus. This is a team composition that they've run before. Kase should be prepared for it, but preparing on paper is different from experiencing it in the server. And you're not gonna go up against very many teams, not any really at all, running the exact same thing as Focus right now, right? So that's something to keep in mind here for the side of Kase as things do speed up on this push.
Yeah, really quick push though. They find that first opener there, but Waddle able to strike back and find 2 of their own. Now it is going to be Kiles in particular farming his own couple of kills. Flash comes through, but he's able to just swing past it and now get that neural theft down here. Lewis on that zip line, just praying and praying to hit a shot, connects it back with that right click. No way! And now a 1v2 to try and clutch out. 4 HP left in his arsenal. The angle not quite expected from Roxy though, and well, yeah, that's gonna be a confirm for Kase. Very chaotic one. Lewis at the end, just flexing a little bit.
I really like this speed up though coming out from Kase. That aggression on the defender's side, something that was missing from them initially. Sure, we saw glimmers of it coming out from Miniboo and Yuri together. However, those two players weren't able to cause enough of a distraction. There wasn't pressure on the other side to keep the side of Focus distracted so that not everyone could turn around and kind of shoot at them, right? So now that's something also to keep in mind, because Focus, they're not playing with a Sentinel that can watch that flank. They have to commit those bodies there. And the best way to put a chip on their shoulder in that kind of sense is going to be that pressure that we're seeing once again forces out the early Nightfall.
Yeah, early orbital strike, they tried to take a little bit of space off of it, but now, like you mentioned, that Nightfall will enable Focus to kind of push further past it. Kila is gonna be that side anchor once again. Does have some backup on the side here, trying to hold down the crossfire, but that Rolling Thunder, it's gonna make things a little bit more difficult for these attackers to really come in. Your boy Lewis still with the positioning, able to find the first kill. Keyless goes down as well. That's gonna be the site is completely empty, and it will be around that. Once again, Focus should be able to convert without too much trouble. Roxy has the null command, but in a 2v5, do you really want to use it? In fact, wouldn't it be better for your economy to hold on to these guns? It seems like Kase don't think so, as Roxy tries to go for the kill, and now it's just Boo in a 1v5.
Got him. Oh, Boo looking for some sort of redemption in this situation. It's been a struggle for him before.
At least able to find that first kill, but now just trying to save this weapon, maybe find a little bit more damage, which it does seem like Focus, they're not very inclined to grant him here. Very unfortunate round for Kase, because even though they had that crossfire on site, it just so much utility. They had no answers.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, hero rifle necessary going into the next round, right? Especially when Roxy and Yuri can buy up. It'll be a question of if it just turns out to be a half eco kind of situation here for Kase, just considering the overall economy of the team, of course, right? But now for Focus, into the next round, you've got a pit available for yourselves. You have From the Shadows for a little bit of that extra information as well, and Lime already recharged it nearly up towards that dimensional drift to come back through. So this is kind of tough here for Kase. We've seen some of the glimmers into their retakes and whatnot for the most part, so they're just trying to stall things out, but once Focus do get that spike down, Kase have yet to find success.
Focus, they kind of have their battle plan prepared here, but more than that, they're just ready to adapt to whatever Kase throw at them. Talking about throwing at them now, it is going to be the push coming through, but they expected once again swinging off the back of the flash here, being able to find that first kill. The spam will connect the second as well onto East. Yuri still going to be hanging around, and on the opposite side, it is going to be Keyless going down. The anti-flash play that doesn't quite work out as Roxy just holding down that off angle will find a kill of his own. Now 3v2 situation, numbers still in favor of Focus. They will be able to retrieve the spike, but where will they go?
Yeah, look at this crunch coming through, but the problem is numbers. Dimensional Drift does come out, huge backstab potential, and now it's Lime alone.
Oh, tries to make a play here off the back of that Shadow Clone, but Roxy just ready for that swing out. You do see Roxy also breaking that teleport to prevent that fake out from coming in, so it's gonna be pretty easy for him to deal with that Dimensional Drift and its aftermath. And remember, this is a round that started off really, really good for Focus, being able to find those initial kills, but Roxy saved it for the side. And of course, this flank from Yuri, so much value.
I don't want to focus too much on what Kase are doing wrong in these situations, because they're trying to switch some things up, but then they also keep... Jack at it again, of course, with the Viper close-up in that one. But going back towards what I was saying, it's that constant A main aggression. Sure, now Kase, they change it, finally. Going towards Dish instead, so opportunity to catch them off guard. But look at the Poison Orb positioning. This time it's different here for Focus. They're covering off drop instead of that Hall's control that they looked for previously.
Spike planted.
Oh, hit up here for Focus. Though it's a 3v4 situation, Kase still looking for some sort of success. Miniboo alone here towards drop, isolated from sight and from the rest of his team. But now it's all up to one here on the side of Focus. Waddle alone, suppressed on top of that. So no mollies to utilize, uses the sliver in that Viper's pit instead. Now just a glimmer, but Roxy to come out on top. The clutch factor here for Kase saving around that looked pretty darn convincing there for Focus, especially with the utility in hand and stepping up to the plate here. Kase 1 away now from equalizing.
I really like this play out of that Viper's pit. Of course, the spam doesn't quite come through and they're able to get it down, but despite this numbers disparity, Roxy so aware of the positioning, also perfectly timed 0 point to keep that molly from going down and doing a lot of damage as they try to walk through the pit. Awareness of that reposition as well out of the Viper enables Roxy to just kind of clutch up that round and go huge. Now, like you mentioned, Kase looking much better on this particular map. Does seem to be one of their stronger suits, and these fast and heavy hits from Focus, they haven't been really working out so far, so they're kind of having to reconsider. Bit of a half-buy situation for them as well. 2 off of that Neon ult, so it's gonna make things more difficult for them.
And a big part of that was Kase actually taking that dish control again. We saw them do it in the first few rounds and then left it untouched for a while. Very much so focused back in on that A main control here for Kase as Focus are all postured upside for a B crunch.
Slow and steady seems to be the action here. However, no kills have come through on either side. Cypher utility, that camera going to be broken, giving away information to Kase that there is going to be some presence towards this B side of the map. Doesn't seem to be a fake quite yet either, although Focus are taking it quite slow. Now Lime looking to bait out the Boombot with the help of his Shadow Clone. Will be able to at least walk onto site for free. However, the spam doing quite a bit of damage in the process, and with the help of his setup on the site here, Killer is able to find a kill before getting taken down. Now, it's just going to be the 2 remaining players. The flash is perfect and will enable Yugi to get a kill with that Guardian. Picks up an upgrade as well. And on site, it's a desperate fight for life here. Finally, Kase Roxy able to swing up and find those 2 remaining kills. For a second, it looked like Focus. They were going to be able to kind of maybe get another Thrifty together. But Roxy once again saves it. Just the hero of the map for Kase.
Roxy heard us talking smack. Roxy heard us talking smack. I was talking about her. I was just like, okay, lackluster performance throughout the entirety of Ascension chooses the potential final map of the run of Kase throughout Ascension EMEA to pull out all these stops. That absolute clutch factor and coming out as the IGL 14-5, taking a page out of your boy Lucy's book.
5-5 right now. Finally, both teams have a buy. In fact, Miniboo going to be investing in that operator to boot. Not looking as so aggressive. Does spot out the jump peak though and connects the shot onto Waddle. Not expecting the operator to be quite that close and will be able to capitalize and get the kill. Now your boy Lewis watching out with the camera. Perfect concussion enables him to just swing off of it and get that neural theft for some additional information. The flash peak though from Lion will enable him to at least get that trade. Although numbers, they still reign in favor of Kase here, who are looking to protect this site. It's gonna be that Brim on top here. He's finding a kill. Trade immediately comes through, and now 2v3.
These rounds have just gotten scrappier and scrappier as this first half has gone on. Only 2 rounds left, and the ults come out. Procs here, Showstopper looking for something. Spike, though, still initiated. And it's just like that. It's all wrapped up, actually. It's like a little gift.
Yeah, they get the plants, but that Showstopper will get the kill on the planter. And while you do see that remaining player from Focus, I believe it was Lime, trying to get a little bit aggressive, unfortunately not rewarded for that play. 6-5 right now. The first time we're really seeing Kase take the lead over the course of today, apart from that 1 pistol round. So pretty good start for them, I gotta say.
It's looking good. It's looking good, okay? 1 round lead where Focus could tie it up, but Kase goes in comfortable knowing that they're at least even minimum going into the next one. They can only go up from here before we swap sides, and overall, it's scary though, because you look at the ult economy on Focus, you've got the Yoru ultimate, you've got the overdrive as well here for Yugi, and then there's the Nightfall too.
Yeah, very scrappy fight here towards Arcade, and Yugi with the Guardian being able to find not the first but the second. However, the Flake kicks in from Miniboo, able to find that kill and also deny that dimensional drift. Now they have control of the spike here. Rolling Thunder in hands of Yuri. They try to go into the smoke, but not ready for your boy Lewis to just be playing inside of it. Nightfall available off the back of that, and that will smoke out this last player. They know exactly where Roxy is. Gonna be more than happy to just take the spike and run away for dear life towards that ace site, and a very, very good call from the IGL.
Okay, can Roxy do it again? That's the question though. 0 point is back up in this situation. You also have a fragment in hand here for Roxy to do some zoning. It's unfortunate that there's no flashpoints left, making a lot of noise here over towards this A side as well and towards main. And unfortunate, not able to get that hunt right off the bat. And just the push to come through here, your boy Lewis, the aggression comes out on top. Roxy, unfortunately, didn't have that gun out in time. Now, we swap sides at half, even Stevens across the board, and already Kase looking better than what we saw on Haven. But again, these rounds have been a lot more scrappy, just due to the nature, I think, of these team compositions as well. Things are just going to get crazy and chaotic when you have a Yoru and a Neon.
Yeah, and you know, they've been very aggressive, but Kase has been pretty good at countering it, just being able to find these kills time after time, and heroics coming out individually as well. Last game it was Helios kind of holding up the fort. This time though, it's not only Roxy finding these insane clutches, but also just the fact that Boo is able to find these flanks time and time again and find these kills. So now heading into this pistol, I'm going to be pretty curious to see how exactly Kase are going to be going out on attack. They're starting off slow, and on the opposite side, it's going to be Focus going for a full-on push towards this B main area. A does seem to be where Kase want to hit though as they take control of this drop.
The worry about going slow, though, is when you have a Yoru and a Neon on the side of Focus, they're going to take space if you give it to them. That puts that pressure on those flanks, on that plant, with a crunch retake situation impending.
Yeah, they get that spike down, but First Blood still goes in favor of Focus here, being able to take down Roxy, who has been so phenomenal so far over the course of the series. And they have an inclination, they know where the remaining players are as they try to crunch them down with this flank coming in. Yugi just trying to spam out the second player, and Kile not going to be able to find anything before being smoked out, surrounded on every side. It's kills coming through across the board for Focus, and now a 1v4 for Miniboo. Not going to be able to find anything, and Focus, with enough time left on the defuse, will be able to get it done.
Okay, Focus. Pistol round finds them that advantage. Now Kase needed to find that response, but this is how we started out on Fracture anyways. Both pistols in pockets of Focus this time around. And so this is something that now Kase are going to have to just look towards this going into the remainder of this half, is the aggression on the defense coming out from the Focus side. When you're running that double duelist, especially the ones that you're seeing here with the rotations that are possible coming out from them, you're going to have to be extremely wary of those flanks. Luckily, Kiles being on that Cypher pick is perfect because you can throw down those tripwires when they are available once those full buys do come through. And you don't have to stick around. You get to roam very freely on that Sentinel agent as opposed to any other. And first of all, it's a trade for trade here for both sides.
Yeah, but off the back of that one-way, KP able to capitalize and find yet another kill. Now, once again, you see these duelists trying to get aggressive. Keelan's in the corner, though, with a classic. Finds two crucial headshots, not even taking a bit of damage in the process. And that will get a little bit of an advantage towards Kase's side. They pick up those Spectres, try to fake that spike plant to try and deny it from going through, but it still will. Nevertheless, now a 2v3 situation on the retake. Guns having been acquired by Kase, it's going to make things much more difficult. KP on the flank, but Roxy in the corner is aware of it. Does check it though, doesn't check it fully! Not like this, and it will be Roxy to find the kill. A 1v3 for Yugi to keep this anti-eco going in the hands of Focus. But that tripwire is just so annoying here, giving away his position. The spam and coming through to boot, and tries to use the cage to try and stick it by himself, but the spam is too much for him to deal with. And Kase, they find that anti-eco, they steal it away.
Massive thrifty round coming out from Kase. Exactly what we actually saw done to them there over on Haven in the first half, where Focus had ripped that out of Kase's hands previously. So having that opportunity to find that vengeance opened up completely by these two picks coming out from Kiles. All things considered, it earns them those two SMGs to carry on over. I still can't get over this. KP was also looking to clear it, just cleared shallow instead of full clearing, and that one's gonna haunt you for the remainder of the map. Like, you're gonna think about that, and you're gonna hard clear every single corner afterwards.
Yeah, definitely PTSD moment being made for the books right there. Very unfortunate. Like you mentioned, just going for that half clear. It's like, you know, in your ranked games, you're like, no way someone's camping out here. Talking about that, though, it's gonna be the push coming out towards this main area. Roxy kind of going for a bit of a whiff, unfortunately, and Yuki will be able to pick up a kill. Not just that, it's also gonna be an upgrade available for that sack on that A side. Boo, though, quick to equalize as he pushes through that CT spawn, finds a kill onto Waddle, which will also deny the remainder of that Viper utility.
And over-aggressing now. Kase looking for more space in towards CT. Could go awry, but they do end up falling off in the end. A 4v4 situation, a lot of poke damage done on Focus.
Yeah, Lime has that Bulldog that was retrieved, but now it's just going to be holding down the angle. Spots in the position of the first player. Your boy Lewis quick on that Sheriff. There's a Cowboy in town. Finally being shut down by Boo, but the clock, it's already ticking down in favor of Kase here. Keyless with another kill of his own, and it will be the Satchel to find Lime as Kase, they find a round after pointing that anti-eco. It was a little bit scrappy. There were moments for Focus, but they still held strong.
Scrappy indeed. I feel like that's the one word to tell the entire story here on Fracture thus far, to be honest. Like, it's just been really chaotic rounds and a lot of utility being dumped and like the weirdest fights at times sometimes as well. It's intense, especially when you're dealing with like a double controller on one team. Then you've got like the neon wall. There's a lot to think about in that situation. And now fast movement here right into that Prowler. KPZ shuts down Mini Boo. And Mini Boo just can't catch a break.
Yeah, really unlucky there. That one way, you do see Focus using it to full usage, being able to at least find that trade before going down. But Ease has been tagged up as well. He's at 11 HP, so it's going to make this execute a little bit more difficult. You do see a boy Lewis once again willing to get a little bit aggressive here. Finds at least a kill for his troubles, deals a bit more damage, but nevertheless will be shut down. Now 2 players for the side of Kase at 1 bullet each. They're just trying to hold on for the push. They do find some value despite 11 HP. It's going to be Ease finding those crucial kills. And now Yugi in a 1v2. Both these players are so incredibly low though. Isolates that first fight, gets the kill, and now it's just Ease trying to do what he can. Obono strike, forcing Yugi out of position. Takes quite a bit of damage, but that corner is enough for Yugi to confirm that kill. And that will be Focus getting that clutch, that 8th round on board.
I'm actually just surprised that Yugi chose to run through it though, instead of like, there was a lot of space actually still in backside to just like back up 2 steps instead of taking all that damage. But at the end of the day, I mean, a very clean shot to close out the round regardless. And Focus to look to try and bring this scoreline just that much closer to tie things up again. We saw that even score at the half. We're back at it now. And for the side of Focus, they've got a Viper's Pit to stave off at least one big location of the map, likely going to be over towards the safe side.
Once again, it's going to be a trade for trade on that A side, like you mentioned. But Yuri able to bring the numbers advantage back in favor of Focus. Lime baits out the Boom Bot. Will be able to TP away to safety and force that showstopper out of Miniboo, who doesn't really have a target to toss it out, unfortunately. However, that does gain Kase that space on the site. At least they might be able to get that spike down.
What? It's taking a long time to plant, okay? Exactly. Giving a lot of time for Focus to actually get this rotation back through. Then you see Neural Theft comes out. That's all information given.
Ooh. Still, though, that aggressive position from Miniboo, able to find that timing and net that kill to boot. Lime and your boy Lewis in a 1v, make that a 2, I was going to say 2v4, but make that a 1v4 is just down to Lime. Already tagged up by that Boom Bot, forced off the angle by the paint shows as well. And what more can he really do here? Tries to go for an aggressive beat, not even able to find the first, though. And a huge round coming out of Miniboo. He's been kind of struggling over the course of this game, like we talked about Ash being really unlucky, but this round he more than makes up for it.
Thankfully, comes back to fruition, right? I mean, Miniboo has been finding his frags mostly in towards multi-kills on rounds, and then I feel like if it's not like a pop-off moment, it's just being shut down because Focus have a really great read on when Miniboo has been very aggressive with those satchels out, just due to the general conditioning and patterns of Kase, right? But looking into this next one, Focus, they're pushed onto an eco. They do have that overdrive to work with at the very least.
Oh, they do manage to, in fact, get a kill with the classic of all things. The overdrive still kicking and alive here. Now it's going to be the flame coming through on the opposite side. Roxy fighting for their life. Able to find both those kills, though. Absolutely huge. Overdrive shut down as well. And now it is just going to be KP trying to do a little bit more damage. Just tag up Kiles quite a bit, but not able to finish that kill. And Kase, they extend their lead even further here. It looks like we might get a map 3.
Potential there, definitely potential here. We could take it to the distance, take it all the way to that split map that you are so looking forward to if we do go to all 3 maps. And The thing, though, for Focus is they do have potential to take it to 9 with the tools in hand, right? Waddle's been holding onto this Viper's Pit for a hot minute at this point, and then you have Nightfall there for just the retake situation, and Prowler finds that early presence. Great snake bite alongside a one-way just to slow things down. Minibu on this operator.
Thank you, Jack.
Is interesting considering the aggression we've seen coming out of this Raze player.
Oh, talking about aggression, it's gonna be Minibu leading the charge with an operator in hand here. They have managed to take control of that A lobby, and it does seem like Focus is aware of that possibility. So you might see a bit of a reposition noise cut kind of thing coming out. The thing is that Roxy has a null command available, so that might make these retake ults look even more difficult, especially if Focus can get quite a lot of space. That they've lost so far. Your boy Liv is still holding on to the drop here with the Nightfall in hand. Not going to be hit by that null command quite yet, but it's just a fake play. It's drawn the rotation over, but this B side is that point of interest, and it's completely empty.
I can't believe it worked. I actually can't believe it worked. The thing is, Kase expended every piece of util on that fake. That means that they're left with virtually nothing into the post plant. Aftershock and Molly sure, at the very least, to try and stave off some sort of defuse.
Oh no.
They gotta hold site first.
Yeah, Roxy swaps over to that operator, not able to get that kill, and now that Nightfall giving away the locations as well. Keyless expects that first player, not ready for the second though, and this convergence is too much for these players on Kase to deal with now. He's in that tower area, desperately fighting for survival here. KP, in the meantime, trying to stick that spike, and it will be happening, and it will be the defuse for Focus as they get to 9. Only committed that Nightfall as well, so they still have this Viper's Pit for that next round.
It's going to be really nice to just completely deny one main entrance, right? But so far, it has felt a little bit like Waddle's kind of been saving it for a retake situation, try to cover that site if it's needed for the defuse. It hasn't been necessary so far, but Minibu lost the op. Now it's Yugi who's going to be holding on to that one. Neon, who's been pushing out consistently alongside Lime, is going to be forced to be a little bit more stationary at this point. Of course, I say that, Dimensional Drift comes out, and this just gives all the information. A personal drone for Yugi to just push all the way out.
Catch a side of 2 players, looking to make it a little bit of an aggressive play as well, as he just steps out, puts down the Shadow Clone for at least a little bit of a fake, and off the back of that, able to get a kill onto Roxy. 1-for-1 trade, but these remaining players of Focus, they're going to be taking this opportunity to just go towards this B site. Waddle getting the information, has that Viper's Pit, but chooses not to commit it quite yet. Yeah, there we go. Finally coming through here. Has to hold on for dear life while the rest of his team still on their way over. And this operator from Yugi finds a kill.
Oh, and the reposition with the high gear, so nice as well. Sneaking around in those smokes to Line to find one. And all of a sudden, Focus, they've turned this round on their head. One left alive here, Minibu. Shut down by his own operator. Focus tie things up here, 10-10. Now, see a little bit of a replay situation. Great Yoru fake to come out, just be the added distraction, of course. Roxy was wise to it, but the dynamic coming out from Yugi has been really nice on that operator. Sure, a bit of a non-fundamental pick. That wasn't the word that I was looking for, but you guys are going to bear with me as I live through this heat wave. My brain cells are genuinely melting right now, Zach, and these rounds are actually not helping with it, with how chaotic they are.
Yeah, chaotic, scrappy, these are the keywords to describe this particular map, and this is the kind of fight that we've been here for. Like, yeah, 13-3s are fast, but come on, give me a break. I want this kind of an even head-to-head fight coming through, but Focus, they're kind of like resurging in these last couple of rounds. They've been extremely good with their early aggression and crunches to be able to find the trades favorably, and of course, last round, Heroics coming out of Waddle there with that Viper's Pit, buying enough time for the rest of the team to really rotate over and back him up. And now slowly but surely the economic advantage, it's swinging in favor of Focus here. Sure, Kase, they're going to be able to scrape together one more buy. They have that showstopper on Minibu to try and work with, but if they're not careful, they're at risk at letting Focus get that comeback and run away with it.
Oh, it's a lot of pressure on Kase, right? They're down 1 map. Focus have that advantage. Comfort knowing that Focus are guaranteed at least a third if they fall. Kase, it's not the same kind of story though.
Yeah, Kase.
And Kase,
I really hope they win this map just so they can say that they won something. Sorry.
no, that's valid. That's so valid. You gotta fight for your honor at this point. You know, it's last day here of Ascension League. Surely, yeah, at this point, yes, they aren't able to qualify now, but you still gotta be able to represent. And
oh no,
that's gotta hurt. Just a little backstab there. Miniboo didn't even have an opportunity to fight for himself, and a part of that is, you know, the tripwire is so close to where they were actually pushing from in towards arcade. There was no information to be gathered early on.
And it's really unfortunate there because Blue was the one with that showstopper to kind of lead the charge here, but without that, it's going to be very, very scrappy, as we like to say. Trades going in favor of Focus, and now they have control of the spike as well. Roxy running over to pick it up. Will be able to get a little bit of a boost off that Stimmy and rotate over to that B site where Kelios has found quite a bit of control. He's going to hear these sound cues. He's going to have to find some major kills here, doing a bit of chip damage, but forced to fall back as he knows backup is on its way. 2v4, make that a 1v4 as Yugi with the op takes down Kelios. It's all down to Roxy. Has been huge over the course of this map though. Caught by that op shot, brought down to 5 HP and absolutely demolished by Lime. Focus, they steal away the lead again. 11-10, and Kase, that is so unfortunate.
It's tough. Kelios really needed to find that early pick, right? I like the idea of the reposition over towards Generator, but the read was just better coming out from Focus. And while we are seeing a better performance coming out from Kase, it has been pretty solo performances, I want to say, at the very least. We do see quite a bit of coordination, at least, coming out from Roxy, from Yuri, which has been helping, something that was lacking over on Haven. But the difference is that Focus is, they're a little bit better at actually finding the trades together. And while Kase are setting up with their util, their follow-up is still lacking a little.
Yeah, once again, you've been seeing this kind of conditioning coming out of the side of Kase towards this A side. This time it's just going to be a bit of a fake, but it does seem like Focus there willing to get aggressive off the back of it, off with that one-way. Yugi able to go in for the peek with the operator and gets a huge kill. This B side has been left for a retake once again. Only a Viper really in the corner, and through the spam, it's going to be a kill for the Molly. Huge kill there. Early advantages found by Focus here to try and get to match point.
Dimensional Drift does come out. Some information found, then Planter as well. The question is, where does Lime decide to exit? It's going to be right behind a Yuri that's all stunned up. Flash out, flashes his team as well, and now it's all she wrote. Focus, they find match point, series point on top of that, Zach and Kase. It's only 2 rounds that they need to take it, though, all the way.
Yeah, overtime, definitely a possibility here, but looking at how Focus is playing, after that timeout that Kase in fact took, it seems like Focus are the ones who have come up with a better game plan here. They're able to just kind of predict how Kase is going to be setting themselves up for success, and of course, this is just outrageous. That spam through the smoke to take down a player by Waddle, I believe. After that, it was just very difficult for Kase to regain any kind of momentum. The kind of fights that Focus are taking, they're just so favorable, backed by utility, backed by teammates, that Kase, they just look so sad in advance in comparison.
Oh, where's the orbital strike going? Probably in towards Sands. Yeah, divides that up really nicely for a free, clean opening for Kase. KP, late swing to come through, punished for it as well. And now Kase look to push back in, but 3 have rotated here for Focus.
Flash peek off for Lion here, able to find 2 kills with that spray down, looking for a little bit more, but it's not going to be him finding the kills. It's going to be Yuri, in fact, getting the trades, and now Neural Theft to boot. They know exactly where these 2 remaining players for the side of Focus are going to be playing. Lime getting spammed up quite a bit, taken out by that fragment, in fact, and now it's all up to Watto. A 1v3 to try and close this one out for Focus. Very difficult.
Taking some time here. Snakebite for some zoning, but it's all trades for Kase. They have a crossfire as well on site and in towards CT, or in towards main. One to come through. Kelios anticipating the snakebite, swings for it. Kase stay alive into this matchup. Now just 1 away from that coveted overtime, but again, you still can't deny the fact that Focus, they're still on match point, and at the very least for Kase, I believe Focus is pushed onto a weird eco force up.
Yeah, not a very awkward buy for them, but they still should be able to scrape something together here. In fact, looking at the ult economy for both of these sides, Kase pretty close to a couple of pivotal ones, in particular that null command. It might be huge in shutting down the overdrive for the Neon here. Very neck and neck.
Yeah, I was lying about that, Eco. I saw the pistols coming out, but I didn't get to see the numbers, and I was like, okay, I guess they don't have the money, but that Rolling Thunder doesn't find anything. Focus just fully fall back, and Kase speeding up tempo here towards B.
Oh no, Yugi with the operator once again able to find that first blood, and that's going to take out the potential of the null command from this round. It's going to be a double peek, still able to find one is KP before finally being shut down, but Yugi being a menace on the side, operator is still in hand here, even if that overdrive is very close to running out. Doesn't know where exactly they look, and Kiles might be that playmaker of the game, finds the timing, gets the swing, finds the kills, and will be able to possibly get this overtime for his team. 2 players left for Focus, Waddle and your boy Lewis. Lewis finds that first one, but now Waddle once again in a 1v2.
Oh, a bit of an overcommit there coming up from Lewis. Had the Haunt and a Prowler available. Now Waddle alone. No util to be used on this site either.
They know exactly where he is. Still isolates the kill, and Waddle for the clutch. 1v2 finds both of them and will get the defuse. Focus, they take the series 2-0 and deny overtime for Kase. Really well done for them, and honestly, after watching them play throughout Ascension, I gotta say, I believe that if they were in Group A, they would have had a little bit of a better chance. It's just really unlucky for them.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that one. Focus have also had the longest run throughout Ascension, right? The play-ins were just a couple days before these matches actually started, so it's been quite the marathon for Focus. Unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to both of these teams, but I do want to give huge kudos to Kase dealing with the chaos that Focus were throwing out there with this composition. Roxy especially stepping up in this last match.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that they couldn't go all the way. They kind of had the lead in the middle, but it was a really nice readjustment that came out of Focus to be able to take it through. In particular, Yugi being able to pick up that operator and put it to even better use than Boo ever did. It's just really huge plays coming out of the side of Focus. Overall, I think that as a team, they were just way more consistent over the course of this event. And for Kase, they had individual moments of brilliance. Of course, this map in particular, we saw some nice plays coming out of Roxy, but also Boo, who looked a little bit better in that second half. But Focus overall, just felt like every single player on that team had that potential to step up when they were most needed. And the scoreboard, it tells the story, right? You have that Neon at 22 kills, match MVP, both sides it's going to be the duelist sticking in, but across the board here, it is Focus looking just a little bit stronger.
Yeah, it definitely is an overall Focus. I mean, the dynamic play style was really strong coming out from this team. I think if Kase had been a bit more fluid on their defender side, it could have been a bit of a different story, because the conditioning that they were doing in towards A halls eventually was very easily read by Focus. They were shutting that push down consistently, and Kase finally started finding success. Once they found that aggression on other sides of the map, it just came a little bit too late. I genuinely think that they could have ended the first half with actually an advantage.
Yeah, I also think that as well. They had a couple of ultimates in that penultimate round towards that first half, and even the second half, right? When that side swap happened, they looked much more confident on that attacking side. It's just that, like you mentioned, their adaptation was kind of lacking compared to Focus. They had some really good rounds initially, being able to find that Thrifty, for instance, but right after that, it just kind of went down. It seemed like they had one battle plan heading into the game, and it worked out great for them, but once Focus adapted, there was just no counter adaptation coming in from Kase, and unfortunately, that was the end of that. They go down in Ascension without winning a single map, but hey, that just means that there's way more room for improvement, and you can always do better next time.
And I'm looking forward to it, right? Seeing what happens in the VALORANT Challengers League going into 2024 as we head into the off season. But Ascension is not quite over. Zach, that is a wrap for us. It's been such a pleasure working with you again, and an honor to be on this broadcast as well. And shout out to the entire crew in the background too. But there's still some more VALORANT actually happening over on that A stream. So you guys stay tuned as we throw over towards Saw and Ascend.
You and producer Sam said to me in favour of the bop.
What a shock.
I know.
Said Des, at every job we've done.
They are investigating network issues. I hope he just said safe for air and not safe for air. Oh, so here's a little fun one to break the fourth wall for you guys while we wait for this game to get started. We get told if things are safe for air or not safe for air, i.e., here's the ongoing issue. It's safe for air, you're allowed to say it, or not safe for air, it's not safe. It really feels like spinning on the dime of the word not being heard at the start of that is always such a risk. To be fair,
well,
saying network issues is hardly the biggest risk in the world to say, is it?
Because obviously, like, Sam's got to press a button to speak to us.
Producer Sam, we have to call him Producer Sam on air.
Producer Sam has got to press a button to speak to us.
Yes.
And
he presses that button so well.
He really does. But yeah, if you start speaking 1 second too early, press a button, things get lost sometimes.
You know how you know when someone's like an amazing producer? It's not the quality of the show, it's if they speak to you when you're not speaking. It's like has he done it to you by any chance?
Producers don't.
You look like you were listening to Producer Sam then.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Producer Sam and other producers don't often talk to me. They usually talk to you.
That is true.
You tend to do the throw-in and stuff like that.
That is true. The throw-in. Tim, I'm not that bad at the game. How could you insult me so much?
You are, to be fair.
Producer Sam, can we get another bop on the go, please? One of the beat. I have to wait for the next drop, apparently. It's also safe for air.
Producer Sam...
He's going to say everything is safe for air now. I've doomed myself for the next 5
Producer Sam can't just play drop after drop after drop, Des. He can't just play 4 seconds of a song that's the drop and then move on to the next song that's the drop again.
The drop's going to come in a minute. You have to shush.
I think the drop's a little way off.
No, it's coming. No, it's building. It's coming. You ready? Ready?
There you go.
Yeah, it's the same bop as before, though, so I've already had my joy over this one. Sorry, Producer Sam, I was ignoring you in favour of the bot once more. Please tell me that again. Ooh, Falcons have won 2-0 over on the other stream. Spoilers, by the way.
Spoilers, if you were going to go back and watch that game later, you can thank Des for ruining it.
Look, there's probably two kinds of people. People that really invested in the outcome of that game of two teams that have been knocked out. They were already watching it. Or people who are just happy to hear the result.
First of all, Des doesn't press the button, and then he goes and ruins the game.
What button didn't I press?
Cast the push button.
Oh, start game button.
Cast the start game.
Yeah.
First of all, he doesn't start game, and then he goes and ruins the other one for everyone.
Now I'm being told by Producer Sam we have to go to a break, and we're having so much fun. Okay, fine, we'll spare you
everybody's
guys.
enjoying.
They're like, yes, Des and A, shut the Brits up. Okay, let's go to a break. We're back in a bit, guys.